First major benefit of such a test series is that you have a schedule in hand.
Student of MGP, current affairs program.
ForumIAS के MGP प्रोग्राम के बारे में काफ़ी चीज़ें अच्छी लगी.
Mains guidance program at ForumIAS.
I have secured All India rank 192 in UPSC CSE 2023 and this was my first attempt.
The time taken to evaluate the copies is relatively less.
तो ये सब बहुत ज़्यादा बेनिफिशियल था.
MGP प्रोग्राम में बहुत टाइमली चेक होके कॉपीज मिल जाती थी और एक डायरेक्शन मिल जाता था, तो उससे बहुत हेल्प हुई.
Yes, good morning class. So we were going ahead with the case studies toolkit that we had in the last class. All right. Before that, with respect to, we have RTI topic that is left, isn't it? So we'll continue with the case studies, but let us just make a small note on the Right to Information Act, the RTI, the Right to Information Act, right? Then we'll continue with our case studies. Yes, RTI. What is the RTI? In one line, if you have to say to an outsider, if you're representing the government of India on a global forum, on a global governance forum, and then somebody says you have right to information in your country, what it is? What will you say in a line? It is the apex transparency law. All right, it is the apex transparency law of our country. Before that, we did have a Transparency Act, there was something, but this, why right to information became so big is because it was a sign towards right-based legislation. You know, it was a movement towards right-based legislation. What is the right-based legislation? Where right-based legislation, yes, which means that people can demand something as a matter of right, not as a matter of a government dole out. That the government is giving it to you just like that. That is not the case. When you have right, so the decade that followed between 2004 till 2012, that was an era of what is called right-based legislation in our country. So they were progressively increasing rights of citizens. We were talking about right to health. Those debates are right now sidelined. We do not have that debate in our country right now. But that was an era of right-based legislation. So here, what does it say? The Right to Information Act. The Right to Information Act is a act of parliament passed in 2005, RTI Act. Which mandates, what does it mandate? It mandates several things. It mandates that public servants make suo motu, on their own, disclosure of every public information as far as possible. That automatically what should you do? You should disclose the public information as far as possible and as soon as possible. UPSC has come out with a rank list of selected candidates. What should it do? It should immediately disclose it as far as possible and says, among other things, it mandates that public authorities must disclose information sought by people. Disclose information sought by people within 30 days under normal circumstances and within 48 hours when it concerns right to life. All right. So this, the Right to Information Act, everybody has studied it, or should we just move into? So Right to Information Act, So that will be when you have the body of when you will filing an application and you're saying that why this person is missing, and we are asking the Home Ministry, then that will be, you will claim that it is under right to life. So basically what happened is that the government said under this act that every department or every public office must designate a PIO or a public information officer. Right, this public information authority, this person is the designated person. And what would happen is whenever people would write an application seeking any public information, then this PIO is supposed to provide the information to the people. All right, within 30 days under novel circumstances and within 48 hours when it concerns right to life. That is, it was postulated. And so now what happens is, now in every department what is likely to happen? What is likely to happen is that there is an existing administrative structure. One person among the team will be, suppose these 4 people are working in an office and this act has come into effect. So what may happen is that she may designate one of the existing persons to be the public information officer, isn't it? Don't you see that there will be an additional burden of work, especially if one of the people is customer facing or citizen facing, then he is also the PIO. So after a day's work, you also have to dispose of right to information applications. Extremely challenging. So that's one we'll discuss. You understand this once. Now second is, what if the person does not disclose? Then for that it mandates the creation of a structure, all right, at the states level and at the central level. Both at the state level and at the central level, it mandates that there will be a chief information commissioner and other information commissioners not exceeding 10. Similarly, at the states also, there would be a chief information commissioner and other information state chief information commissioners. All right, chief information commissioner and information commissioners not exceeding 10. This is what it mandated. So what would happen is, if the PIO is not giving an apply, then you can appeal to the information commission at the state level and at the apex level, depending on, for example, if it is a central department, then you go for the apex level. Otherwise, with respect to the state departments, you go to the state level information commission, and they will dispose of your course. Now this in government, see, so therefore the act also mandated. All right. So what was this achievements or significance? See, significance of the RTI Act, if you see, then it created a culture of, what you say, it created a culture of transparency and subsequent accountability. Created a culture of transparency and subsequent accountability. Why subsequent accountability? I have explained to you this before. In the villages, for example, after the RTI Act came, earlier the villages, there was not DBT or direct benefit transfer. Suppose Indira Awas, which is a rural housing, is given to a person, then what would happen? If rural housing is given to a person, then what would happen? Suppose 10,000 rupees is given. So what would happen? The Mukhya would give that 10,000 rupees in cash. Now that he may not give also, but he would make a diary entry that it has been given, and that information would be passed to the block, the subdivision, and the district, and the state and the central level. But now with RTI, what happened? This information was supposed to be disclosed. So before the internet revolution happened, right now, the block or everybody is supposed to display it on their website, which many people may or may not visit, at least the village people. But that time, how immediately we implemented it? We said that outside the Panchayat building, we want the list of names, those who have benefited from the program. So now if a certain lady, fake signature is there, and the Mukhya is saying that we have given it to her, and her name is there and the amount is written 10,000 rupees, will she fight or not? Just because there is transparency, will there be accountability or not? So therefore, when information is available, people start asking questions, right? So therefore, it is also a pioneer tool. A pioneer tool of administrative accountability for the citizens. I've told you before that before this, if you're unhappy with a public servant, if somebody is not doing your work, you can simply go and meet another bureaucrat. If he is not doing, you meet another bureaucrat. But your problem may not be solved. There are no compulsions until you meet an elected representative. What is the challenge in elected representatives? Elected representatives who are merely legislatures, they are not supposed to interfere in the working of the executive, isn't it? There is based on separation of powers. So therefore, they are not supposed to interfere. So therefore, you meet senior until, which is the reason why you have a my-bap culture. Because if a certain civil servant does not do your work, you meet his senior, and his senior. Nobody is accountable to you. If, for example, you make a mistake in your application form in the commission, UPSC, then you will probably meet a section officer that I made a mistake, you will try to reach out. If he does not listen, you try to make an under secretary, but nobody is really accountable. UPSC as a body itself has good governance, as in that is, it is much better governed than any other institution than most public institutions in the country, which are so therefore you will get a response here when it comes to the UPSC. But think of any other body. You keep meeting seniors and higher ups and nobody is accountable. Now, whereas with an RTI power, what do you get the right? You get the right that due to what reason has my application not been answered, or on what grounds my application has been dishonored. This is the only application you need to file under RTI. So what will happen? Within 30 days, either they will tell you why they have not done your work, or they will do the work and reply that the application has been rendered infructuous. Is this clear? How I can do the work and say that? Or you will give the reason. Both of them are challenging. If you give a bogus reason, then again you will be caught, because now it is a written reply, isn't it? All right. It has also, in effect, it has also become a powerful tool to fight both administrative and political corruption in the country. That is its big achievement. 2G scam, all scams, Commonwealth Games scam, any scam that you can think of since the enactment of this act, invariably, without thinking, you can attribute it to the Right to Information Act. What is the reason? Because if, let us say that any chances of corruption will happen, wherever there is a news or of corruption, then active citizens or groups will immediately file an RTI trying to dig out more information, which will further bring out the facets of corruption. Whether it is the Adarsh Housing Society scheme, isn't it? Adarsh Housing Society, everybody remembers. So this was built for whom? Yes, for defense personnels, for families of different personnels who had lost their life in Kargil war. So Adarsh Housing Society, but then it was not allocated, the houses were not allocated to them. So this created a major scam in Maharashtra. So all scams, so therefore it has exposed scams. It has become a powerful tool of fighting administration. It has exposed scams. It has also led to several good governance initiatives by exposing misgovernance. By exposing misgovernance, it has led to several good governance initiatives by exposing misgovernance. Can you think of some examples? For example, overcrowding of prisons. All right, or for example, lot of under trials in the prison. A majority of people who are in the prison are under trials. The case is going against, they are not convicted. And some of these prisoners were languishing in the jail for a longer duration than if they had been convicted and put for punishment. Right? So somebody has been accused of a crime. The case is pending in the court. The crime entails a punishment of 7 years if he is proved guilty. But the case has not gone on and the person is under trial and he is in jail for 10 years. Big problem. All right, so it led to, for example, the Supreme Court action on bail for under trials, and even not just bail, but also if they've exceeded the sentence. So Supreme Court action on with respect to rights of prisoners and prison reforms. Supreme Court actions with respect to right of prisoners and prison reforms. All right. The challenges in their implementation also have been very wide. There are certain challenges and criticisms. So basically, the first challenge was bureaucratic barriers and procedural hurdles. Bureaucratic barriers and procedural hurdles in the way of RTI. How can you bring in bureaucratic barrier or procedural hurdle? Yes. So for example, for earlier, so what is the fee that you have to pay for RTI? 10 rupees fee has to be paid. Now, for example, when Department of Administrative Reforms, it tried to study how RTI is performing. They said that even departments such as Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, DIPP, they said that if you want RTI information, you must submit a fee of 10 rupees. And that 10 rupees fee has to be submitted through a DD, drawn on the State Bank of India payable at New Delhi. What is the problem? State Bank of India says we can't make DD for less than 20 rupees. Now you keep figuring it out how you will get your work done. All right. So fee payment. So DIPP said that, Department of Administrative Reforms itself said that DIPP for several years it had this provision that rupees 20 via DD has to be paid. Simpler means we are not provided. Procedural hurdle is there. Then it is also conventional or classical criticism is Section 8 provides for several limitations or exceptions to the RTI Act. So Section 8 has listed out several grounds on which information can be denied, including national sovereignty, security, public interest, somebody's commercial interests, which are personal information. So these grounds, so therefore, often RTI information is denied on grounds that there are exemptions in Section 8. Another criticism with respect to the right to information was that, when the RTI was brought, the Information Commission had a very high status. Now, Information Commission, is it a statutory body or a constitutional body? Statutory, because it derives its powers not from the Constitution but from the statute, which is the RTI Act. So therefore, they're not supposed to be very powerful people. But because of the nature of their work, for example, CBI is not a constitutional body. But do you see that it may be very much more powerful than many constitutional bodies? It derives its powers from DPSE Act, isn't it? So therefore, because of the nature of the job, why? What is the nature of the job? You can force the government to disclose any information. You can force the government, you can pass an order. The government has said we will not give this information. Then what can the Information Commission do? It can say that, overrule the government and say that please provide this information. Or we will impose penalty on the officer. We'll impose penalty on the officer who's not disclosing the information. So do you see, by this way, they became very powerful as an institution. All right, and despite being merely a statutory body. So what happened is, the government did not know earlier, it started with a very good spirit, which means that people from eminent different walks of life were appointed as information commissioners and chief information commissioners. But eventually, after a few years, when they felt that these people who are being appointed are too independent of the government, these people were taken from civil society also. They did not know bureaucratic working or what could be the possible challenges. So later what happened is, within a few years, the government became keen on appointing people who were already ex-bureaucrats. For example, you can give it to a former secretary who has worked with you. So it started like that, and eventually what happened is, you are waiting for the secretary to retire, you are keeping a position open, and you're telling him, you do this work for me, and I have a position open for you in the Information Commission. Why do secretaries or IAS officers or even other civil servants, including judges, want a post-retirement perk? What is the reason? Yes. So suddenly, while your retirement pensions and all, those are extremely high, but from the very next day, because you do not have a position in the government, so therefore your powers are suddenly curtailed. You are no longer useful to anyone. The difference between IAS and retired IAS also becomes a huge gap, right? So therefore, it is seen, and most of these people are working till 60. You are aware that the life expectancy has increased across the world. So therefore, they are in a working age. And now, at the age of 60, the next day they do not have any work. So that is often feared by many people. There are some people who really want, yeah, they want to retire by 55, ke aaram karna hai. But there are people who want to work, and for them, they have worked in a certain system. They've been embedded to an organization. What is the benefit of being embedded to an organization? You will have a staff, you will have a vehicle. Everything that you need to do work is, you have a setup ready. A government vehicle which will take you anywhere. And now suddenly, for everything you have to do everything yourself. खुद print out लेने जा रहे हो, खुद गाड़ी चला कर जा रहे हो, right? So therefore, it becomes a good attraction for post-retirement placement. So therefore, it was alleged that it became a post-retirement scheme for compliant officers. It became another post-retirement. No. Before that, 2019 amendment नहीं, उसके पहले ही से. For compliant officers. You could say, see, Supreme Court already has pending cases. So what happens is, let us say if this would not add to the pendency of cases in the Supreme Court. The whole point was that transparency law is very different from legal right. Transparency law. So what happens is that when a case is not adjudicated here, then you can go and appeal in your favor, then you can go and appeal in the High Court and the Supreme Court. But I would not say significantly, I would not say, there could be an opinion that says that no, it has increased, but that is not the case. I would not say that it has led to increase in pendency in the Supreme Court. All right. Another criticism is that it has often taken greater than 1 year, more than 1 year to provide information, by which time the information may be useless, isn't it? You want to get your name or father's name changed in CBSE 10th certificate because the UPSC has said that there is an error in the spelling of the name. You have requested CBSE to make this change in the certificate because the UPSC has given you a letter specifying that please get it updated, otherwise your recruitment will be on pause. Now CBSE is not acting. So what will you do? You will file an RTI. You have no other way. You can either go to the court and get a injunction. The court will order CBSE and they will do it. But judicial cases, you may not get a priority. In this case, you may be able to because this is a time-bound case, but otherwise, so what you do, you file an RTI that under what grounds it has not been done. Why is it taking so late? You simply file and write to information. What happens is they give the reply after 1 year. Right? Then therefore, by that time, जो तुम्हारे साथ होना है वो हो चुका होगा. All right. So more than 1 year, cases are taking. Then the RTI Act has mandated that it will be applicable to all, including non-governmental organizations that are substantially funded by the government. All right, but political parties are not within the purview of RTI. Within purview, despite receiving funding from the government, despite being funded by the government. How is government funding given to the political party? Huh? Yes, so see, now it is a big money game, right? Earlier, like, it was not such a huge money game earlier. So therefore, now it's a huge, it's like a huge startup with $1 billion market or something like that. But this is, so these things, so that is why political parties are saying that we are generating our own resources. So why should we don't need anything from the government. Political parties themselves will say that please don't consider us substantially funded by the government because we are raising our own resources from wherever we can. But earlier, there was certain, for example, the earlier era was that it was given, this act was bought in 2005. So you think from that perspective, the internet revolution had not happened. You could not Google any of your questions or answers on internet by then. All right, so think from that era. So what was happening was that these political parties would get certain airtime, free advertisement on radio, free advertisement on this. Then, for example, land allocation would be done for political parties that you build your office here. So therefore, you know. And the biggest challenge or criticism of the RTI that is currently, the current status is that RTI almost has become a defunct tool because of lack of political will. So अगर देखो अभी right now the current status, you will never hear the, see in the past only few months it has happened now that when you're opening the newspaper you will hear that Supreme Court has said something. Just it has happened in the last 1 year, the Supreme Court has started speaking again. Otherwise you say that for a large part of the past 5 years the Supreme Court was also, you will not find Supreme Court coverage a lot on the front page. Think of it. Now the Supreme Court has become again vocal, right? Supreme Court, the Punjab and Haryana High Court just 2 days back said that what is happening in Haryana is ethnic cleansing by the state when it is demolishing houses of certain community by using bulldozers, right? So that is the courts are again becoming visible. Again becoming, when do courts become vocal and when do they become silent? Now you should have this understanding by now. Yes, it depends on the strength of the executive. And that strength will be derived from where? From their parliamentary position and parliamentary numbers. So whenever, and that is also true with the bureaucracy, remember that. The bureaucracy will immediately, the bureaucracy is a very fluid amoeba-like organization. Okay? So what will happen is, if they know that the bureaucracy which will be willing to toe the line of a certain political party, when it will only do it when they know that is the chief minister is in the majority or in the, the minute there is a semblance that the government will change. I'm telling you, in this last 1 year, 1 year of this Lok Sabha, for example, the central bureaucracy, you will see that bureaucracy will suddenly become very strong in this 1 year. Why? Because they will, vis-a-vis the minister-civil servant relationship, the power will shift slowly to the bureaucrat. The bureaucrat will not explicitly but implicitly suggest that, sir, we can hold this policy for now. You only have 1 year left in the government. Let the new government decide it, suggesting to the minister as if he will no longer be the minister. This will happen. The bureaucracy just before elections, bureaucracy also expands, and so does the judiciary. All right. So it is completely dependent on the parliamentary or legislation numbers. If you have a 350 plus, nobody is going to. That's not just in India. That is how things are. Institutionally, things are that when in a parliamentary democracy, when the executive enjoys parliamentary majority, it will be a strong government. And when there is a strong executive, inherently by the virtue of the separation of power and the task assigned to the executive, is the most powerful agency among all of the three. All right, by the virtue of its job itself, it's the executive. It owns all the executive, heads all the executive agencies. So it's a very powerful body. So what happened is, if earlier times, if you see the era from 2005 till 2000, for the next 5 years when this act was brought, so you had more mention of every second or third day information commissioners and chief information commissioners, they would be featuring on the front page. I don't think you would have seen any information commission article on front page in the past 5 years or so. Yes, significant. Yes, only some columns came. So that was when an amendment, RTI Amendment Act 2019 came. All right, so it is said that it is defunct because of lack of political will. Why? Because there is a lot of vacancies both at the center and at the states. There is a huge pendency of cases. Huge pendency of cases, vacancies at the center and at the state. Some, for example, some information commissions such as Jharkhand, they have completely defunct. For past 3 or 4 years, no appointments to the head have been made. So they have been headless. In several states, they have been headless. Don't think of it as a desire of a certain political party. That is not the case. Every political party, when it wants to capture power, it would want no checks and balances. It has nothing to do with a certain political party. Any political party, when it will capture power, it will not want to share the power with anyone. And information commissions would have significant power because of the power to command the government to disclose information. It was the biggest. Yes, you could say that it became a big catalyst for a lot of good governance reforms. And DBT, it also promoted DBT because not Manrega at a national level. Scam in Manrega will happen where? At the lowest level, Panchayat par hoga. So you file an RTI finding out In Manrega, several deficiencies were found. You would find out that in certain areas, Manrega, cash payment was done and machines, JCB machines were used to do the work. And people were paid the wages. So these challenges, a lot of scams were highlighted. All right. So vacancies not, and there was also, which is not happening right now in large numbers, but there was an era where RTI became so powerful that it led to a lot of what is called assassination or killing of RTI activists. Several RTI activists were killed. Several right to information activists were killed. So for example, Chirag Patel in Gujarat, seeking information on MP lad scheme. So while the application was pending, was killed. And Lalit Mehta in Jharkhand for social audit of Manrega. Gattu Vaman Rao in Telangana for land issues. Gattu Vaman Rao case. In Telangana. We sought information with respect to land issues. So every few months you would have the killing of an RTI activist was happening. This is again, Lalit Mehta, Lalit Mehta in Jharkhand, called for social audit of Manrega. There is also the problem of misuse of RTI. How misuse of RTI? In UP, the High Court has held that, in Uttar Pradesh, the High Court has held that it has become a tool of extortion. For certain organized groups or individuals. Extort from whom? From the civil servant. Tool of extortion. It has become a tool of extortion. So you know that some garbadi is happening. What do you start doing? You know that, for example, municipal corporation has said that on this, in the Bada Bazaar Mark, we have spent 15 crore or 20 crore for, we have spent this amount of money so that there is no water logging. You are a resident, you know that water logging happened. So what will you end up doing? You will file an RTI that please give us a breakup of how the money was spent given that it is public money. So they will say that we built new sewer systems. You will say, please send the photo, and I'm also sending the photo where the sewer system is non-existent. And what you have sent is a photoshopped photo. Right, so therefore what, in a large number of cases where there was corruption cases, it became a tool of extortion. Sometimes from corrupt bureaucrats. And also sometimes from well-intentioned bureaucrats, both. When there is a corrupt bureaucrat, what do? You ask him for a share. We know what has happened. And even from well-intentioned civil servants. Yes, so there will be no protection. Yes. But the thing is that others are not having that information. They are not knowing. So that person will keep it a secret. He says that I have gotten an RTI reply. It is kept in my email or in my phone and I'm sending it to you. And this is unverified. So that is why, otherwise what I will do, if you do not pay me, then what I'll do, I'll release it to the Amar Ujala. They will publish it and suddenly everybody will know that a scam has happened and you will be in trouble. So that it is not technically protection money. They will not protect you from others. Right? They would be journalists. Which is why when you go for, after this mains examination, some of you, when you appear for the interview, don't write social services or don't write in your hobby being a social activist. Because the person who's going to take your interview is a civil servant. He has seen all levels of governance, at least those who have been in what is called citizen-facing roles. So when you as a civil servant will go and you will find out, you will go to any area, you will immediately, some people will come to meet you. And if you are very young and stupid, which will happen because you do not lack experience. You'll be very impressed. You will meet some people will come with wearing very clean clothes, and you'll ask, what do you do? Then they'll say, we are social activists. हम सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता हैं. So when they will go, you will be very impressed as young people. Bolegi, what do you do? They say, sir, we run NGO and everything. Now, as when you will be young or will lack experience, you will think that this is what they really do. Then you will ask when they will go, you will ask your Bada Babu or the steno that what do they really do? Because sir, inka this illegal work is there, this illegal work. But if you do something, then they will start filing RTI. So inka kaam RTI lagana hai. And these are also Purva Mukhya Pratyashi, which means former aspiring MLA, MP. They'll contest elections also. So when you lack experience, you will always be very impressed by these people. They'll be knowing how to speak well. They'll dress up well. They'll look like social activists. And then so every time there will be a trouble in the district, you will see that a person will be protesting with 200, 500 people. So in the end, you will ask that, when you will ask them why you are writing here, they will say that I'm a social activist. And later you will realize elections are coming. He is a Mukhya Pratyashi. He is trying to get elected to the local body. That is his interest. So what happens is 20 years later, you become secretary, and after that you retire and join UPSC. Then a young aspirant has felt that what is your favorite pastime? Social activism. Then what is happening? My conditioning is, I have seen many of you like this. So don't fill it up, social activism. Bureaucracy hates nothing more than social activism. You will also not like it. Isn't it? Yes, so there is misuse of a tool of extortion. Second is, for example, there is seeking of frivolous information. Frivolous information. That serves no public interest and adds to administrative burden. How can this happen? This can happen when, suppose there are 17 lakh bank accounts have been opened. You have claimed that in your district, 17 lakh bank accounts have been opened under Jan Dhan Yojana. Now there will be somebody will say that give me the list of 17 lakh bank accounts. You will say, what is the purpose? He says, I want to verify. It is public information. And so you will find that how can I disclose the names or account numbers? You can try defending it, but people will also ask such FIR, RTIs also. Alright, so therefore now voluminous information, frivolous. You are not knowing that what is the objective of this. That will be another challenge. Department is also very tej. Department sometimes when you will file, now storing, let us say you are a collector and you have this information in a PDF file, not in an Excel. Think of it, how to sort information will be so difficult for you. Now you have in PDF which is, and not in Excel, which says that this is the name of the person, this is the account number, this is the block, this is the village. And information is asking from this block, this village, how many? Send us the list of accounts. Now if you have an Excel, you can do sorting. But if it is in PDF, big problem. So data is often not stored in retrievable format. Right? You cannot run a query on it. Is this making some sense? Samajh mein aa raha hai? Think of it, right now when you have to see your result, how do you search your result in your PDF? Control F, right? Now just 7-10 years back, what was the process? UPSC would first release the result on the UPSC physical notice board. Then they will take a picture of it and they'll upload it. So Control F will not work. And you want to check your prelims result. Now Control F is not working. So how will you search now? Padhte raho pura, serial number se aise karke. So now they have changed, they release so technically the process was you first make the PDF, take the printout, and then the secretary or under secretary will sign. Then you scan that signed document and upload it on UPSC website. So big trouble. Now what is happening is first they are releasing the PDF and then they are printing and putting it there. So at least you are able to do Control F. Data has to be saved in government also or anywhere. It must be saved in a format so that it can easily be retrieved, isn't it? Then there is frivolous information. Also sometimes it has revealed that people have sought information for their research thesis. They're doing a research for academic research. They'll start asking information from the government. Then it has often been done to serve RTI application to serve private interest and not public interest. It has also been done as a tool of harassment. For example, in Delhi, there was the Vidya Bharati school. So a teacher was removed and he sought 15 RTIs. School wale dare hue the. Vidya Bharati school in Delhi, 15 RTIs were filed against the school by the disgruntled, expelled employee. So they have also been misused. It is, you could say, but depending on what information is sought and how frequently it is sought. For example, it does not serve a public interest. The government report has criticized, government's own report, Administrative Reforms Department report is saying that RTI is misused in following manners. So that is what the government is saying. It is not my creation. Yes, in legal research, a lot of time lawyers are finding this information, but they do not disclose that the purpose of this is because I'm That is correct, but then that is what I have given you the criticisms that have been given by Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. Okay, so that is correct. You are right that there is no other way, but you will see that lawyers, when they need a case information, instead of going and asking, running from pillar to post, what they will do? They'll say, ये 15 RTI लगा देना आज. हमारा लड़का क्यों काम करे? Why will our staff work in collating? There is known as collecting the information and there is collating the information. You understand what is collating the information? Collating the information is taking information from different files and bringing it together, compiling it. All right, taking from different sources. For example, with how you have been performing academically. Now that has to be taken from, let's say, your 6th class, 10th class, 12th class, graduation. For every student, think of it. That will require not just collecting, but collating it. And on that basis, making a projection that, okay, this person is a consistent academic. His performance is like this. So that is collating. So now legal, in law firms, what they will do is that why will our person do this? हमारा बंदा क्यों टाइम खराब करेगा? 2 दिन खराब होगा. गवर्नमेंट में डाल दो 15 days, 15 RTIs you file. Wait for 1 month, somebody will do it there. और ये काम वहाँ किसको मिलेगा? आपके पास फाइल आएगी. आप किसी को साइन करोगे. Right? What are some suggestions? To strengthen the institution of RTI, very simple suggestions from all the criticism. First is that it has filling up the vacancies. Vacancies must be the top priority. Several states, the Information Commission is defunct because it is headless and appointments have not been made. So filling up vacancies must be the top priority to make RTI meaningful. No act can be meaningful unless the institutions responsible for executing the act are well equipped with manpower and infrastructure. Isn't it? No act can be meaningful if the institutions that are responsible for executing the act, they have to be equipped with right manpower and infrastructure. All right. What are the suggestions? There should be a cooling off period. For serving for retiring civil servants. Retiring civil servants before appointment to IC. Then increasing the fee is also a suggestion for filing RTI to prevent frivolous filing of RTIs and misuse. Then encouraging and supporting and encouraging non-government organizations that aid in RTI filing for the poor and illiterate. Encouraging NGOs, non-governmental organizations that aid the poor and the illiterate in filing of right to information applications. There could also be restriction on number of right to information applications that can be filed by an individual. Restrictions on number of RTI applications that can be filed by an individual, that can be restricted. To what? To discourage professional RTI filers. ये क्या करते हो? तो हम RTI का काम करते हैं. तुमको कि ये काम नहीं होता है. कहीं ऑफिस जाते हो, क्या करते हो? है ना? So you ask what work do you do? So sir, we do RTI. Yes, professional. हाँ. So basically, Gujarat. So there was a huge furor in the country. Gujarat High Court barred 3 or 4 people from filing RTI. All right. Not High Court. Gujarat Information Commission barred 3-4 people from filing RTI. They said that no longer you can file RTI in the next 1 year. So there was a huge criticism that it is taking away civil liberties of citizens. That was another criticism. Yes. Restriction. Information commissions can be empowered to impose penalty. Impose penalty for frivolous RTIs. Imposing penalties for frivolous RTIs. Then information commissions may require, like in PIL, may require petitioner. May require the petitioner to show public interest served. To show public interest served. To show what is the public interest that you are. ICs may require the petitioner to show the public interest that will be served. For example, you have a friend or a neighbor who's selected in the exam. Now you want to know which quota he applied for. Or for example, this often happens within service, that somebody may have misrepresented his home state. See, in our country, we believe that there is a free movement and we have a single citizenship concept, right? Which means that no matter which state you belong to, you will get a citizenship only of the union, that is the India. So therefore, there is a which state you really belong to, that is a very fluid concept, and the states will promote that I will only allow from my state. But from the union, it cannot ask people that you fix your state. So which is why in the UPSC also you have one benefit, you can choose your home state. Right, you can choose your home state. So now in the past 2 years, UPSC started coming with a slight guidelines, but before that, anybody could choose any home state. So I had a very good single digit ranker. He was complete. He wanted to get into some Andhra Telangana region, but you will not get home state because vacancies are less, or sometimes you may have and your home state, for example, let's say you are from West Bengal or Northeast, not many outsiders would want to go there. So you know that if you fill it as an outsider, then you will 100% get that state. So the commission also was very liberal with respect to what is your home state. Isn't it? That is their tool of moral suasion. But so far in the history, 15 years that I know, nobody has been implicated for misrepresenting their home state. बच्चे जो who have gotten a good rank, sir, I have gotten a single digit rank. I am from Hyderabad or this area, but I have studied in IIT Kanpur. And I said, so can I show my home state as UP? So I said, did you do your schooling? Well, no, sir, everything in Andhra. I says, what is your name? He says, X Reddy. फिर सचिव देखेंगे, जब लिस्ट देखेंगे कि whether they doubt and you will claim as UP, that will be troublesome. So don't do something that from next year UPSC will come with a guideline because of your case only. Others' future will be destroyed. Doing some Uttarakhand, UP, it is UP, Bihar, it is good. Telangana, Andhra, acceptable. That is acceptable. But don't do जम्मू कश्मीर से सीधे तमिलनाडु, don't try to do that. मणिपुर से बिहार, बिहार से मणिपुर, don't try to do that. All right, so then also some suggestion is that RTIs from related parties should be discouraged. For example, you are not getting the home state because somebody else has claimed it as their home state and you want it is. Therefore, your family, some cousin came to know that you have claimed her and he is now filing it not in public interest but his own interest. So related parties, RTIs could be discouraged. What else can be there? 2-3 suggestions further. All right, then we also have another thing, that RTI Amendment Act 2019, and by the time you write the mains examination and if the session goes on, then you will have another Amendment Act. So I was waiting for this amendment to happen, तो अभी नहीं हुआ है. 19 is the final one. अगर कुछ होगा, I'll give you a mail and I'll update you on that also. See, in RTI Amendment Act, few changes were brought. Now it is exactly not clear why these changes were brought. It looks as if it was, from my limited understanding, it was a poor legislative work, which means there was no explicit purpose of doing anything, but it was poor legislation. Somebody who was framing the act or the law did not pay attention. It is just the kind of mistake that generally happens when the government has to come up with a 15th August advertisement. So there will be a low-level staff who will be supposed to make a design advertisement. What he will do, he will search preamble of India, he will put it in the background, he will reduce the and it will make it light, right? And he will forget that there are 2 preambles in the country. One that was adopted at the time of adoption of the Constitution and the other that became after the 42nd Amendment Act, which has added the words socialist and secular among others. So what will happen is, and this will happen especially with such governments where there is always a doubt that they are trying to do something to the preamble or the constitution, because certain parties, when they come to power, they will always create institutions to review the working of the constitution and all, creating a doubt in everyone's mind that they'll do something. ठीक है, तो ये भी मजे लेते हैं शायद. They also enjoy such news. So what happens is, some agency who's making that does not know that there is 2 preambles in the country. He will put older preamble, and then there will be an uproar in the parliament that the government has put an image and secular is not there. So there also ministers are also enjoying कि मजा लेते हैं. Let us not try to say anything. Let us not say anything. Let them just create havoc. So this act also, it looks, because I've gone through the both amended act, RTI Act 2005 and 2019. So it simply looks as if there has been what is called simple negligence. What appears to me, it does not look like a deliberate effort, because so some changes have come in the RTI Act 2019. They do not fully serve the purpose for which they have been done. But it has led to a lot of what changes have not also been brought, they have been claimed by the opposition as well as in editorials and opinion columns. For example, it is said that with respect to the removal of the Information Commission at the state and at the center, the power has been taken away, but those things have not happened. Or with respect to the appointment, a lot of things. So that has with respect to removal, nothing has happened. No changes have happened. It's not that the center has taken away, but it has brought certain ambiguity which will allow center more control. That is what has happened. So few changes you need to know is, basically RTI Act 2019, some amendments have happened. Earlier, and now in see, the first thing that has changed is with respect to tenure, the security of tenure. So earlier, the security of there was security of tenure, 5 years or 65 years, which is the ceiling generally. The security of tenure was there, 5 years or 65 years, whichever is earlier. Now what the government has done is, yes, as not just the government, as the central government. Actually, as the government may deem fit. When will the government tell this? What is the huge difference here? see, in the constitution anyway, let us say I have appointed you as an information commissioner, then mid-term I cannot change your tenure. This is a assured principle. All right, this will not happen. But what happens is that earlier the tenure was 5 years. Now, as the government may deem fit. So this, now there is no statutory protection to the tenure, which means that this appointment is there for 5 years. Next time the government will notify and it will say that only for 2 years I'm appointing. So do you see in effect what may happen, how it may be misused is, let's say I don't know whether you will follow me or not for 5 years, so I appoint you for 2 years and then I tell you I can extend. All right, those things can take away, so all that purpose is that only tenure, the security of tenure. Then with respect to salary, see the salary was earlier, you take at the center पे ले लो and states पे ले लो. Center पे you have one CIC and ICs, and here also you have the Chief Information Commissioner and other information commissioners. So earlier at the center the CIC salary was equivalent in statute. In the law it was written that Chief Election Commissioner के बराबर आपको मिलेगा. You will get as per the CIC, and other information commissioners you will get as per the election commissioner. And at the state level, it was, yes, it was the state election commissioner and the chief secretary. This was earlier. Now this has been all removed in the statute, and it says that as prescribed by the central government. How does this make a difference? As determined by the central government, both for the state as well as for the center. Alright. Remember one thing, there is something known as RTI Act and there is something known as RTI rules. Everybody understand the difference between acts and rules? Act is the one that is passed by the parliament. It will not have detailed provision. Rules will come to give effect to the provision, to the act, and things will happen as per the rules. Yes, it is a subordinate legislation. So it will happen as per the rules. So that is the difference. Rules are made by generally by the executive or by the bureaucrats, which is why it is also known as delegated legislation. Rules are made by whom? By executive. Laws are made by whom? Yes, by parliament, by legislature. Very good. So this is, so now the RTI rule that has come, the rule that has come has given a 3-year tenure. Already RTI rule that has come has given a 3-year tenure to the information commissioners. So this has happened, central government. See now, what is the challenge here? The challenge here is that it was understandable, for example, that it was understandable that with respect to Central Information Commission, it could have been, powers could have been retained by the central government. For the state, it should have been by the state government. But here, both these things have been usurped by the center. Second, in working, what is the challenge? In working, the challenge is that earlier, when CIC or an IC is giving an order, or an information commissioner in the state level is giving an order, so in government, seniority is determined by pay scale, Vetanman. And a pay scale. When there is no clarity who's senior, then how do you decide seniority in government? It is on the basis of pay scale in the government. And so sometimes you will see that when there will be a bureaucratic tussle between two officials, the argument that they will give is कि मैं इस pay scale से हूँ. How can you give an order to me? I am from this pay scale. Right? So they will not take orders from a person of lower pay scale. They will not be willing, even if he is given a higher position. So they do not accept it. Its scale is a measurement of seniority. So what happens is, by making it, even if it is the same, if it is now, earlier it was pegged to the chief secretary. So when they will give an order to the secretary of a department, what does the secretary think? Secretary wants to know what is his position. Who's giving, pehle to dekhega ki who has ordered me. He will see the designation who has ordered me. He'll say he is an information commissioner. He knows, acha, inka pay scale, how much is his pay scale? Acha, he is of the chief secretary pay scale. So therefore he knows that he is somebody senior. Now he doesn't know the pay scale, or it will be lesser than before. So what will happen? He will not feel the obligation to listen, because he is thinking pay scale is a measurement of seniority in government. Another change that has happened that has not been highlighted elsewhere and not so important, but still, you see earlier with respect to their remuneration, remuneration or salary, it was said that their remuneration will be mapped to this, and any pension, if any, if they are getting pension, if any, will be, for example, pension, if there is any pension they are getting, then it will be included in the remuneration. So if you are getting secretary, no, sorry, it will not be included. It will be pay and pension alag. So pension, if any, will be, pension will be separate. Basically, pension and salary will be separate. So technically, if you are getting pension, then what happens? Your salary will be further. So you will be getting more than the chief secretary. Now this legislation has said that if there is any pension, then it will be adjusted for, accounted for in the total remuneration. So the government says that we'll pay you 3 lakh. Your pension is 1,50,000. Then also we will pay you how much? 3 lakh only. But here if the government says we'll pay you 3 lakh and then pension is 1.5, then you'll get 4.5 lakh. So then that will happen. Your salary will always be more than these officers, right? Because you have reached a certain level and your pension is added. So your pay scale is on the higher side. And with that, your seniority, deemed seniority will be higher. Your deemed seniority will be higher because your pay scale is higher. You're getting pension plus the, so therefore deemed seniority will become higher. So they had a commanding position. So in this, what happened is, earlier it was said that the remuneration offered will be in addition to pension. Alright, so if you're getting a pension, if your remuneration is as per, if this person, then what is the chief secretary's salary? Then you get the chief secretary's salary plus your pension as earlier. Now it is said that it will be your remuneration will be determined by whom? As per the government. Government has said will give you 3 lakh rupees. So there will be one information commission who's not a government employee before. So he will get 3 lakh rupees and he's not having any pension also. There is another government employee who's retired from chief secretary rank. His pension is 1.5. So now he will also get 3 only. It will not be 4.5 nahi hoga unka. So his salary will in effect reduce. Therefore, his deemed seniority will also be lesser. By this earlier arrangement, what was the benefit? The deemed seniority will always be higher. All right. Some criticisms are there. Write down few criticisms. First criticism is that even state CIC and IC salary and allowance criticisms. Criticisms of this RTI 2008. How far has it diluted? How far has it diluted the institution of the Information Commission? So, pehle to how far it has diluted? So you could say that it has diluted the institution. Why you are saying it has diluted the institution? It has done so by diluting the position, security of tenure. It has an remuneration of the CIC plus NICs. If the person's position is vacant, then the institution's position is vacant, isn't it? Because by dilating the position, security of tenure and remuneration of the CIC plus IC. What has happened? The security of tenure and the information, they are all put in the hands of the central government. Second argument that is given, diluted the position is, earlier mapping was to CEC for the Central and Election Commission, which are constitutional bodies. Right? Earlier mapping of the salary of Central Information Commissions, CIC and IC. They were mapped to whom? Election Commissioner and Chief Election Commissioner, which are constitutional bodies. So the bureaucracy knows कि their pay scale is इनको election commissioner जितना मिलता है, right? So and now that mapping is not there, So therefore, that also leads to dilution of their position. And that is the government. Similarly, at the state level, earlier their remuneration was pegged to the state election commissioner and the chief secretary, which are the senior most officials in the state. But now it is again to be determined by the central government, which dilutes their seniority or deemed seniority, which is based on a perception of their pay scale. So therefore, these factors. Then with respect to the pension or with respect to their remuneration, while earlier, what was the system? The pension would be given in addition to the remuneration. Now the pension would be adjusted within the remuneration determined by the government, thereby reducing the effective remuneration. And remuneration, as I told you, is a measurement of deemed seniority of an officer in the bureaucracy. So therefore, this is the ये बहुत बड़ी चीज नहीं हुई थी, ये हुई थी. Yes, but in effect, lot of things can be done. As I told you, that right now, what may happen is that the tenure may be reduced for officials. The security of tenure. When you know that you have 5 years free run, you'll behave differently compared to when you know that you only have 2 years or 3 years. Then what will you be banking on? See, right now, also, they are not eligible. The CECN, the Chief Information Commissioners, are not eligible for reappointment. But what is allowed is the Information Commissioners, they are eligible for reappointment, not as Information Commissioners, but as a Chief. So there is that scope of promotion is there. So now you know that you have been given an Information Commission job for 2 years. What is your incentive? 2 years ke baad they can, if I do the work well, then I'll be getting Chief Information Commissioner. I'll become. So that way, don't you see that that will promote pliability, thereby reducing institutional autonomy and independence, effectiveness, isn't it? All right. Then also there is a criticism with respect to the federal spirit. It is also criticized, goes against the federal spirit because the power to, yes, the control has shifted to the central government. Remember that there has been no change with respect to their removal. The removal at the state level will be done by whom? By the state government itself, and the central level by the central government. But many places it is written that the removal will also be done by the central government. That is not the case. Okay, is this clear? All right, we have done. एक question और है, कर लो उसको पहले, उसके बाद we'll move. One question is also there with respect to which I think we have not done is. In other classes, have we covered code of? No, you don't. You may not try to positive. You could. It is not a step in the right direction. It is clearly not in a step in the right direction. So you would not write something positive. You would say that the amendments were needless, and that have cast an aspirations on the aspirations of the government, and also given a perception that the autonomy has reduced. What the government needs to do is bring an obligation in the act itself for filling up the vacancies of. इसके लिए act में provision डाल दे. Earlier, for example, what was the achievement of the 73rd, 74th Amendment Act? Panchayati Raj, it's not like Panchayati Raj was not there. Panchayati Raj was there, but what happened after 73rd, 74th Amendment Act? Huh? Okay, one uniform. More than that, did you hear that recently some mayor was removed because her husband had taken a bribe? Where? In Jaipur, yes. Now, who removed the mayor? The Panchayati Raj Secretary. Panchayati Raj Secretary, who's an IAS officer. A mayor, he is an elected person. Who has removed him? The Panchayati Raj, not the minister, but the secretary. Even it could be an additional secretary or an under secretary. Think of it. Before the 73rd, 74th Amendment Act happened, what had happened was Panchayati Raj institutions were at the whims and fancies of the state government. So state government would not conduct election. Then what would happen? You are a big mayor of some place. And then you will not get an appointment to meet the Panchayati Raj secretary also. And if the Panchayati Raj secretary who's unelected, not accountable to the public, if you have a jhanjat, if you get into any altercation, then he will find some area where you have not delivered, and he, with his own order, he would remove you from the mayor's position. That was the level of power the bureaucracy was having. So why did bureaucracy not celebrate 73rd and 74th Amendment Act? And it was celebrated as a black day for the bureaucracy. Why? Because there was constitutional recognition given to these offices, which means that no longer can the state just like that. For example, an election happened and now there are local self representatives are very happy. What would the earlier West Bengal or any other state, what would they do? The Panchayati Raj Secretary would, the department will say that elections were not, and they will not allow them to swear in only. Swearing in is not happening. So now you are elected for 5 years and you have not sworn in and you are just living like that. No grievance redressal mechanism. Now it is there in the constitution. So you have to allow them to truly represent the people. So very limited power of the bureaucracy. Why does the state government not want it? Why does the state government, that's with respect to the bureaucracy, but the political class also. Why does the political class not want a strong local self-government? Yes. Think of it. Think of chief ministers like chief ministers of Maharashtra, of Uttar Pradesh or Bihar. They are significantly powerful, right? They have at least 2-3 things. One is the police, law and order, land and few areas. Nothing of it is municipal. So if people are dependent on the state government for a lot of services, in effect, if you have a strong local self-government, then what will happen? Bijli, batti, pani, if the local self-government is giving, then you will not want to see the CM also. You'll say, mujhe zarurat, become another Kejriwal. Isn't it? The problem in Delhi is that they think that we are just like the Delhi CM almost feels like a municipal mayor or something. Nobody listens to him. And now with this bill, nobody will further listen, right? So therefore, it's like he was more powerful in the IRS as a commissioner than he is as a chief minister of Delhi. At least usme everybody would listen. Now here, officers will not listen. And main law and order and police is not listening to you. Yes. That is an achievement. All right. एक और question कर लो. We have done code of conduct, code of ethics. Code of conduct. Write down a question. Differentiate between code of conduct versus code of ethics. What is the code of conduct versus what is the code of ethics? Can you think of something? Bolo. It is a code of ethics is a wider term. So code of conduct will be something like your parents telling you, beta, wake up at 5 o'clock, take bath by 9 a.m., sleep by 10 p.m. Specific do's and don'ts. And code of ethics will be something like, yes, some principles. कि बेटा जाओगे तो झगड़ा झंझट नहीं करना, किसी से दुश्मनी नहीं करना, don't fight with other people. Very broader terms, right? See, code of conduct, write down. Code of conduct is a specific set of do's and don'ts. It is a specific set of do's and don'ts. Specific set of do's and don'ts. It is situation-specific guidelines. It is situation-specific guidelines. It is narrow in scope. Code of conduct. It is narrow in scope. There may be a clear penalty for violation. Maybe clear penalty for violation, or there is a clear penalty for violation. Next, violation is easy to detect. Violation is easy to detect. Code of conduct is mandatory. Code of conduct is mandatory. It is formalized and has institutional/legal sanction. Is mandatory. It is formalized and has legal institutional sanction. Formalized and has legal institutional sanction. It is like the 10 commandments. It is like the 10 commandments in Christianity. Code of ethics, write down, next column. Code of ethics. They are non-specific guidelines that prescribe certain values and principles. Non-specific guideline that provide certain values and principles. They are broader in nature, broader in scope. They are broader in nature and scope. Code of ethics are broader in nature and scope. They are also called as value statements. They are also called as value statements. Code of ethics guide us in case of ethical dilemma. Code of ethics guide us in case of ethical dilemma. Violation is not easy to detect and prove. Violation is not easy to detect and prove. Is not easy to detect and prove. It has a moral sanction. It has a moral sanction. It has to do with judgment. It has to do with judgment. It is usually voluntary. It is usually voluntary and adopted. Usually voluntary and adopted as a part of self-regulation. It is usually voluntary and adopted as a part of self-regulation. And adopted as a part of self-regulation. These are publicly published. These are publicly published by an organization. These are publicly published by an organization. Publicly published by an organization. And code of conduct will be usually made available only to employees. These are published by the, these are publicly published by the organization. And code of conduct will be usually made available only to employees. You have joined Cambridge Analytica. You have a code of conduct. It will not be, or if you have joined investment banking. So the code of conduct is that if you get a mail at 10 p.m., you should reply by 11 p.m. So you're supposed to work 14, 16, 18 hours a day. Right? So it will be expected code of conduct will be there. Now they cannot make it public. Because your role is not public, you're not a public servant. You may ask this question that, sir, why you are saying that code of ethics is publicly published by an organization? So code of ethics is always a value statement. That a code of ethics will say something like, members of this community or this are expected to practice truthfulness, honesty, integrity in their deeds. And code of conduct will be something like a set of do's and don'ts. Primarily it will be don'ts only. Do not take any benefit from any party who is related to your profession or has a work pending before you. Any monetary gift beyond 2,000 rupees must be reported to the government. This is a code of conduct. Is this clear? Between code of conduct and code of ethics, how it will be? And so you may, हाँ बोलो बच्चे. You can think of it like that. Laws are supposed to guide the rule making. So this is actually the case. So what happens is, why do we have code of conduct? See, code of conduct is why code of conduct is not enough. You have certain that do not tell a lie, do not accept a bribe, all these things you have written. Do not accept monetary gift. Now what will happen? Millennials are joining civil service, they will take cryptocurrency. Sir, it is not a financial asset. It is not monetary asset at least. So therefore what is needed is a code of ethics. Don't accept anything. Is this clear? समझ में आ रहा है? एक लाइन और लिख लो. एक तो code of ethics में right. They are like the sermon on the mount. They are like the sermon on the mount. Jesus gave a sermon on the mount. उसमें ज्ञान दिया था उन्होंने. But 10 commandments are like the code of conduct. If you violate this, then God will punish you. Sermon on the mount is like, देखो ऐसे जीवन जीना है. ठीक है? Code of ethics is like the sermon on the mount. Code of conduct is like the 10 commandments. SERMON, yes, sermon, SERMON. All right, write down a note, NOT note. A code of conduct a code of conduct is sometimes not sufficient. Code of conduct is sometimes not sufficient because it is impossible. It is impossible to envisage or foresee. Code of conduct is not sufficient, sometimes sufficient because it is impossible to envisage or foresee all permutations and combinations of wrong conduct or permutations and combinations of wrong conduct that may be committed. This is why code of ethics is needed. This is why code of ethics is needed. This is why code of ethics, a code of ethics is needed that sets principles and values, in individuals, that sets principles and values in the individuals so as to guide their judgment, before they take any action. So for example, so you understand, the idea is why do we need a code of ethics? We need a code of ethics because you need certain broader guidelines. All right, like for example, broader guidelines. See, a code of conduct will be like, this is your route, you follow this route. That is a code of conduct. This is the route. You want to come here, you take this path. That is a code of conduct. And what is a code of ethics? It will be like the lighthouse. You see the light, you have to go there. You can take any path which you like, but you will be responsible for the path you take. Yes, a code of, that will be a code of, no, a code of conduct will be, so code of conduct will be, you could probably sit in seat number 5, 7, 8, 9, something like that will be a code of conduct, specific guideline. A code of ethics will be sit in a manner such that it does not hinder the movement of other students. Yes, so it will be much broader. Deontology, you would not say with respect to code of ethics, you would say more that with respect to code of conduct, duty. All right, so they are very specific. Is this clear? So while you are barred from taking bribes, accepting this because it is against your, for example, the government has code of conducts in several states. There are circulars are passed by the ministry saying that civil servants must not be in a race to get themselves covered in the media. What is the whole purpose? There is an anonymity principle to civil service. All right, there is an anonymity principle to civil service. And secondly, civil servants must not focus on recognition. That was the whole point. Now millennials came and joined the service. So they are not getting their names printed in Amar Ujala. They are getting their reel made. They have one person who's coming and carrying the camera with them. And they are doing reels. This is, sir, and when the chief secretary will ask, kya chal raha hai? Sir, अखबार में कहीं नाम नहीं आता मेरा. Direct reel में 1 million views आते हैं. So what do you need? Now you cannot come up with a, think of it, the chief secretary has to pass a circular that please do not create Insta Reels and YouTube Shorts. So better now you can, and then some new platform will come, they will start doing on Twitter. तो फिर क्या करोगे? So you broadly guideline, come up with a broader code of ethics that civil servants must maintain anonymity in their conduct and must not seek popularity and must allow the elected representatives or the government of the day to take credit for their good work. Right? Isn't it? Huh? Hmm. 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 Several things are there. It may also affect the what you call security of the person themselves. Hmm. Hmm? see, if you see the whole idea behind civil services anonymity is that the whole idea behind civil services anonymity is that in a parliamentary democracy, as I said, the government is supposed to take credit and people are supposed to replace the government when they feel that they have not done the job right. And elected representatives can be replaced. Civil servants, can they be transferred and posted as per the whims and fancies of the public? No, they cannot. All right, so therefore, and secondly, have we discussed with respect to, for example, I'm not sure I've said this in your class, but so when I was working in a certain district, so what happened is that the person who was the member of legislative assembly, he happened to be it was a unique situation. Think of it like that. I had never expected that one of my schoolmates will become an MLA, right? You always think of somebody as a very senior, very old, right? So he was 21 years old and his father was a union cabinet minister. He became an MLA there. And I was working as a Prime Minister's Rural Development Fellow. And what happened is, I was coming from a civil service background. I had a completely different thought process. I always felt that politicians are bad and civil servants are good. I was trying to apply, and I was living in rural areas. So I think I may. So what happened is, we were discussing with respect to, the government has said that there will be a Sansad Adarsh Gram Yojana. So I reached out to the member of parliament. There was a billionaire in that remote area. The member of parliament who had adopted a village there was a dollar billionaire. Yeah, so my district collector said that, go and meet him in Delhi. You are English speaking. He will probably like to meet you. And because you say that you will be implementing the Sansad Adarsh Gram Yojana. And he said that, I don't think the CM will be able to get an appointment from him because he's a Rajya Sabha MP. So MP, when the Sansad Adarsh Gram Yojana came, it was not just for Lok Sabha MPs, it was for Rajya Sabha MPs. So billionaires will not contest elections. They'll probably fund the government and they'll be in Rajya Sabha. All right, so we adopted one. So what happened is that this person wanted, this local MLA wanted that his village or his voting constituency, it was a very enlightening moment for me. His voting constituency should be chosen. From there, they should be choosing the Adarsh Gram. So the MP was not interested. He said that, "Aap log, whatever village you will suggest, I will take it up." So that was, so a district collector will be very objective. He will take out old planning commission report, that which is the most backward, and he will do that. Because he does not want to take any side. But that will become a very serious issue at the local politics. Ki kis village mein has been chosen, because suddenly that village will start shining. The roads will be built, the hand pump, the houses are painted red, everything will happen. All right. So everybody knows ki infrastructure, bijli will be 24/7, which is a very big or a contentious issues in rural area. And when it will be 24/7 in that village, which means that other villages, bijli will be cut. Nobody is paying anyway in rural areas. At least the situation is much different now, but that was about 10 years back. So what happened is, I said, so in a meeting where the MLA was also there, so this person said that, choose village from a place. He ended up meaning to say that the people who have voted for me, I want that village, that area should be chosen. So coming from a bureaucrat's mindset, I said yes. He said that yes, because you will choose only those areas where you are getting votes, and you will sideline those areas where you do not get votes. And I assume that this is a wrong thing. This is a wrong, coming from a civil servant's mindset that I was having. He explained to me very beautifully. He said, no, Ayush, that is not the problem. The problem is when I'm contesting elections. When I'm contesting elections, what am I promising to the people? I'm promising them to elect me and I will give you good electricity, good roads, good streets. This is what I'm promising. All right? And you see in the Indian system, Second Administrative Reforms Commission, there is a very beautiful noting. They have quoted Edmund Burke. Edmund Burke, the great British orator, parliamentarian. So what happened is, he was addressing the citizens of Bristol in United Kingdom. 150 years from now, 200 years from now. He said to the citizens of Bristol, he gave a speech, the citizens of Bristol, now you have elected one member who will represent you in the National Parliament of Great Britain. And this member whom you have elected, he will have several constituencies. Constituencies means the class of people who have voted for him. Right? For example, there will be a farmer, so farmers have voted for him. But traders would not have voted for him, they would have voted for somebody else. Ye trader log ka hai. For example, this community will say, this is our candidate. So some women will say, this is our candidate, you vote for him. Right? So therefore, different pressure groups and constituencies are there. They all want to push their candidate, and one fine day, one candidate will go, he will have his constituency, which means the people who have voted for him. All right, so Edmund Burke gave this speech in Great Britain and in the Parliament also. In the Great Britain, he said that what do you want? You want this member of Parliament to represent the constituency, or do you want him to be, which reflects very narrow interest? What do the citizens of Bristol would want? Once we elect and send a member to Parliament, he should send all the money to our constituency so that we develop. That is what citizens anywhere would want. So he said that now your MP is not just your representative. He is not just representing you, but he is a part of the national parliament. Which means, should the parliament, and in the parliament there are hundreds of members, should they represent their voters only, or should they represent the nation as a whole? And he exhorted them to represent the nation as a whole. Think of the nation and not think of the constituencies or the people whom they represent. Right? Some representative may come from Navi Mumbai, and you ask them, who do you represent? Sir, we are from Parsi community. And all the jewelers have funded us, my election, and I represent the jeweler, so that when a bill is passed saying that there will be 30% GST on jewelry, I will speak against it. And that is very important in a democracy. How do you make that decision? Recently in online gaming, the government announced that there will be how much GST? 28%. Now you see some people are very disturbed. They say that if some person is putting, and it's not on the fee earned, it is on the amount of money paid. That is from what I know. So if somebody wants to put 100 rupees, 28 will be taken by the government. So technically, a lot of people such as Mr. Ashneer Grover and all, they said that this will kill the industry, which it will do. All right, because that is the level of taxation. The government is defending it, saying that it is a sin tax, a sin good. It is nearly gambling, and we want to profit from it. Yes. So this great. So when he said this, I said, yes, Mr. Rahul, why you want this is because you want your village so that. So he said something very nice. He said that you don't understand, when I go to fight elections and I say that I'll get you a good bijli, good pani, good electricity, they have faith in me, and they have not just faith in me as an MLA, they have faith in the August Legislative Assembly, which I'll elect it to. And now what will happen is, when I'm elected, so I said that yes, you do make those promises and then you disappear for 5 years. Commonly, this is what you think as a common man. He said, so he said that, no, I live here and I'll tell you why we disappear for 5 years. Then after being elected, we realize that we are not a part of the executive or the minister, we are merely legislatures, which means we can make laws. Now the problem is that and we are told that our state is based on the doctrine of separation of powers, which means legislature should not intrude in the working of the executive. So I'll not go day in and day out. I don't want to make a phone call to SDM and DM. I don't want to make that phone call. So he said that, beautifully he said that, so what happens is now that after making all these promises, when I come back to the village celebrating my victory, what do they ask me? They say, Bhaiya, now we have chosen you as our leader, now our road will be built now. And when the scheme comes, and when I'm sitting with the bureaucracy that now these people have voted for me, let their roads be made, and when a journalist or the bureaucrat is telling me, who's not elected, he's telling me that this road will not be made in your constituency, but it will be done in some other. So I said that, yes, your voters will not vote for you. He said, that's not the problem is that my voter does not lose faith in me. He loses faith in parliamentary democracy. He thinks he vote dene se bhi nahi hoga. And that was a very profound moment for me as a young man. He said that even if he loses faith in parliament, he thinks that by voting also, nothing will happen. Whatever has to be done by whom? DM Sahab. तो फिर हाथ किसके सामने जोड़ेंगे? DM साहब के सामने. And when I will go to the public, I will go, and which is why I can't show my face for 5 years. What do I tell him? That I'm helpless in front of the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy will take out an old 1972 Planning Commission report and say that this block is my priority because it is infested with malaria, dengue, and Pratham report, and जो हम पढ़ते हैं सारा कुछ learning outcomes की problem है. We will come with that report. He says that this is a big problem, and they lose faith in parliamentary. So then I say, so what happens? So what happens? Next time I go and ask votes, the people will say, sir, bhaiya, you could not do any work done for us. And then in the end, they will say, why should we vote you? So when I don't have any reason why should they vote for them, because I could not get any scheme implemented in the people who voted for me. And maybe, for example, let's say the majority voted for me and the minority did not. And the government had a priority that we will only work in minority areas because they are more backward. So now the majority has completely lost faith in the elected representative or the system of elections. So this time when I go vote, what will I do? I'll end up bribing the voter. ठीक है, सड़क नहीं बनवाए तो the people will say, they are poor people. They say, bhaiya, ya to you give us sadak, school, electricity, bijli, pani, you give us, or you give us money, otherwise why we will vote for you? It is a complete social contract. Otherwise, why will it? So this will lead to further use of money power in elections. What else can I do, right? So that is a genuine challenge that you also, as a young bureaucrat, you will face this, and which is why when you do a case study, you do give due importance to the, and even as a working officer, do give due importance or weightage to the elected representative, because he has a constituency, and if his constituency is served well, then what is going to his constituency or anybody's constituency, it will expand. But more than that, it will also increase the faith of the common man in parliamentary democracy. Otherwise, the common man will vote for alcohol and freebies only. All right. So therefore, let's take the next question. Yes, have we done abortion in the last class? Write down, isko kar lete hain. So everybody, this is an expected topic. We'll only deal with the ethical issues with respect to abortion. All right, it may be dealt. And so why this topic is important? Because in the United States of America, I told you US has been on a decline, not because they have less money than China, but because they elected Donald Trump, and then US, yes. So conservative elements, right-wing elements, conservative elements are dominant there. So the US court, yes, it overturned a major judgment which was known as Wade judgment. All right. So this Roe versus Wade judgment of 1973, the same year where we had Keshwananda Bharti case, it was an year of judicial activism globally. Akhbar padhte hain, so everybody gets inspired by what others are doing. So Roe versus Wade judgment, it laid the foundation for, it had laid foundation for women's rights, particularly their rights to their body and their right to abortion. It had laid the foundation for it. Jane Roe was the screen name of the woman who had gotten pregnant. Jane Roe. So it was not the real name. You're aware that in certain cases we hide the real name of the, and in US anyway. So Jane Roe was the name of the woman, screen name of the woman, or the name that was used in the case, not the real name. And Henry Wade was the attorney who was fighting. So in this case, the Supreme Court had upheld that women have a right to abort. We'll not go into the technical details. All right, this was challenged in the Supreme Court, and in last year, in June 2022, the US Supreme Court said that the Constitution does not confer the right on women to abort. So in this judgment, in 2022 June, the US Supreme Court said that the Constitution of USA does not confer on women, does not give women the right to abort. All right. All right. So there are some people who are the people who believe that women should have a right to abort. They have a right to abort. They are known as pro-choice. Women should have a right to abort. They are known as pro-choice. They believe that this choice should be with men. There are other people who think that women should not have a right to abort. Should not be there. And who's more important for them? Life is important. The fetus is important. So these people, abortion is what is abortion? It is the termination of pregnancy is abortion. Abortion is the termination of pregnancy. India has a very progressive system. We have a medical termination of pregnancy act way back in 1971 itself. All right. Why were we so ahead in medical termination of pregnancy? Batao. We were, because of? Okay, so to curbing the population, but see what happened in India also, the statistics were very appalling. It was way back, even we were so progressive also because, chalo, ये topic नहीं है, अभी इसको खत्म करते हैं पहले, right to abortion. So they are known as pro-life. They are known as pro-life. So there are certain ethical issues with respect to this. This pro-life people, they want, what do they want? They want a ban on right to abortion. They do not believe in, they believe on ban on right to abortion. What are the arguments that they give? They think that abortion is morally wrong. They think abortion is morally wrong. What is their arguments? Yes. They believe that. Okay. It is wrong because fetus is defenseless and innocent. They believe that the right to abortion should not be there because his life is taken. The life of the fetus is taken. He is the most defenseless. The life of fetus is taken. He is defenseless and innocent. He is also defenseless and innocent. There is no crime which he has committed. Yes, he is also voiceless. So, and no one is more vulnerable and voiceless than an unborn child. He is also vulnerable and voiceless. Because he is voiceless, so what does it mean? So therefore, because it cannot speak for itself, so therefore his interest must be protected by whom? By the society. So its interest, because its interest must be protected by society. Other arguments are that it is a conscious being. It is a conscious and living being. So some people say that killing is anyway, killing any life is wrong. The state should not take away what it cannot give. Killing is wrong. It is a conscious living being. So killing it is wrong because the state should not take away what it cannot give. They also feel that right of the fetus to live is more important. They feel that right of the fetus, the unborn baby, is the right of fetus to live is more important than the right of mother to have freedom of choice. The right of fetus to live is more important than mother's freedom of choice or mother's freedom of choice or control over her own body. This right of the fetus to live is more important than mother's right of choice or mother's right over her own body. It is much more important. What is more important? The fetus's right to live. And then there are people who believe in pro-choice. All right? So therefore, they believe that, yes, they believe in abortion is correct, is fine. They believe that abortion is fine. It is morally acceptable. There are several arguments they give. First argument is that the issue of abortion is beyond both law and morality. They believe that the issue of abortion is beyond law and morality. It has nothing to do with morality. And there is no role the law should have in something like this. So they believe that this is an issue that is beyond both law and morality. There is no role the state should have in it. And it's also not a moral question. I'm having a baby and I want to I don't want to raise the baby. So this choice is mine. It has nothing to do with morality. It's not a moral question. Also, they feel that mother's right, mother's right, or mother has a she has a moral and medical right to abort. She has a moral and medical right to abort. They also say that the fetus or the baby, the fetus cannot feel pain or survive outside womb till 22 weeks. Fetus cannot feel pain or survive on its own beyond 22 weeks. This 22 or 20 is very important. That is why in Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act also, that 20, 24 number, 20 number is there around this figure. All right. Then there is also the classical argument, the pro-choice. The most classical or घिसा-पिटा argument is that women's, yes, right to bodily autonomy, freedom of choice. ये सबसे पहला पॉइंट होगा तुम्हारा, ठीक है? That is the primary argument, that bodily autonomy and freedom of choice. Yes, this should be a first point. That is the primary argument. There are other reasons why people support pro-choice. In some ways, America is far behind India. In India, we have very progressive laws on medical termination of pregnancy. What is the current law? We had a law regulating it in 1971, and we have an amendment. What is the current law? Is pregnancy, how long can, up to what, how many weeks can pregnancy be terminated? Till 24, no, it is, no, only for, yes. See, 20 weeks was, earlier also what was there? Okay, see, there was Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act 1971, and now we have in 2021, the second act. So the 1971 act was there, it was only applicable to married women. So only married women can go to a doctor and go for a medical abortion. Okay? So now that created a huge trouble, because then, for example, unmarried women and unwanted pregnancy, in unmarried women, that was a huge trouble. So therefore, the doctor would always be in trouble. So now the Supreme Court has also taken a view, and the government also has taken a view. So now unmarried women are also covered. Okay? Yes. Earlier, इसको कर ही लो, वैसे ये ethics का नहीं है, लेकिन ये important है. Medical termination of pregnancy 1971 हो गया है ना? हाँ, हो गया, फिर रहने दो, इसको छोड़ो. अभी right now we have a provision that earlier it was 20 weeks for all, now it is 24 weeks for rape survivors, and beyond 24 weeks if there is substantial fetal abnormality. So yes, there are people who support pro-choice also on other grounds. For example, the social stigma. The social stigma of unwanted child. Social stigma of unwanted child is bad both for the mother as well as the child. Grow up and you find out your parents did not want a child, and you are born, you are the unwanted child. है ना कि बेटा हमें आप नहीं चाहिए थे, ऐसे दुखी रहते हैं बच्चे. You are the baggage of the family, right? All right. So social stigma of unwanted child is bad both for the mother and the child. Then poor quality of life of both. If abortion saves both mother and child from poor quality of life. Then pro-choice people feel that it is unjust to victims of rape, incest and crimes. It is injustice to victims of rape, incest or crimes. Injustice to victims of rape, incest or crimes. Incest or other crimes. There is also the ethical moral debate of who decides when life begins, whether at conception or whether after 20 weeks or 24 weeks. For religious people, life will begin at conception itself. So they will not agree to a 20-week time that now the fetus started to have feelings. The 20-week limit is because if after 20 weeks, if the child fetus is removed from the womb, then also it can grow on its own. That is why we have this 20-week or 22-week limitation. That is science-based evidence, okay? But religious people, will they follow it? For them, it does not matter. Once a child is conceived, woman is pregnant, it is life, and therefore they would not agree to abortion at all. They would want. See, people who oppose ban on abortions, they also say that it simply does not lead to ban on abortion, does not amount to an actual ban. But what happens is that it goes underground, it is done by unqualified people, further endangering the life of both the mother and further endangering the life of the mother. Right? So people who oppose banning abortion also say that banning abortion simply makes it underground. Banning abortion makes it underground. It is done by quacks and becomes harmful for the mother. Then people who oppose banning abortion, the people who oppose banning abortion also feel that abortion does not take care of the father's right to the child. Abortion does not take care of the father's right to the child, because consent of the father is sometimes not taken. So people who oppose abortion say that in abortion, the rights of father to the child are not taken care of. This is a pro-life argument. What should be our way ahead? Yes. So few things you can write. Okay, abortions. There is a moral and medical rationale behind selective abortions. Hona chahiye. It should be allowed in certain cases, such as in case of when it concerns the mother's health, when it is the result of a crime. Moral and medical reasons to allow selective abortion when it concerns mother's health. When it is a result of a crime, such as, let's say, a rape or incest. When the child would have unacceptable quality of life because of, deformities. When child would have unacceptable quality of life because of deformities. And when it should not be allowed, it should not be allowed as a primary tool of birth control. Not as a primary tool of birth control. It should not be should not be allowed when it is as a primary tool of birth control, or when it is done for gender selection. Lastly, you can say that when mother is incapable of caring for the child, what should happen? Abortion is not the solution. Rather, the society must take upon itself the burden of raising the child. It emanates from theology itself, yes. Yes. They are not for any 20 weeks or 22 weeks. The people who think that it is a moral question and a religious question, they do not allow for any kind of termination of pregnancy, including pills. They would not go forget the medical terminacy. They would not even allow even the use of, pills or any contraceptives. All right. एक और quality था which we did not do. Dedication was one quality we did not do. What is dedication? Everybody has it? Huh? It is? Yes, that is very good. Dedication is? Huh? Okay, discipline plus focus. All of you have it? Thoda, thoda. Okay, dedication is means single-minded pursuit of a goal, even in the face of adversity. Even in the face of adversity. So some of you, sir, have very high dedication. I have attended all the classes. So what will happen is, I'm very hardworking, I have all the dedication. Okay. So basically, a dedication acts as a fuel, is a fuel that drives one. It is a fuel that drives one, and it begins after the hard work is done. It begins after the hard work is done. It fuel that drives a person. It is a fuel and begins after the hard work is done. Which means when you are running your gadi in reserve. Okay, so it will be something like, you say that I have studied 8 hours. I am very dedicated. Dedication quality will be tested after 10 hours. तुम ये 4 घंटे पढ़ाई करके कह रहे हो कि yes. All right. एक दो लाइन और लिखो. Dedication is commitment. Is commitment plus passion. Dedication is commitment plus passion. Commitment plus passion. And dedication means applying one's time. It means applying one's time, attention. Time, applying one's, giving up one's time, attention, and energy entirely to a particular activity. Time, attention, energy entirely to a particular activity, cause, or a person. Entirely to a particular activity, cause, or a person. Dedication is also said to be it is the highest form of commitment. It is the highest form of commitment. Highest form of commitment. As it includes passion. Highest form of commitment as it includes passion. Plus, it has a personal element to it. It has a personal element to it. It has a personal element to it. It's not like of commitment. As includes passion and has a personal commitment to it, personal element or commitment to it. Okay, so you can also say it is your commitment. Otherwise, commitment plus perseverance plus personal involvement. Dedication is different from one's just doing the duty approach. Is different from just doing one's duty approach. Yeah, I'm merely doing my duty. Why it is important for civil servants? Why commitment is important for civil servants? Why simply 10 to 5 job will not work? Yes, ek do line likh lo. It is important for civil servants because first, development requirements or development imperatives or development requirements of our country are huge. Development requirements of our country are huge. Development requirements of our country are huge, and without extra effort, business as usual approach will not work. Without extra effort, business as usual approach will not work. Next. Dedication is needed because work environment is challenging and hostile sometimes. Dedication is needed because work environment is both challenging and sometimes hostile. Work environment is challenging plus hostile. Why? Because of a lack of, for example, infrastructure, enabling ecosystem, lack of enabling ecosystem. Enabling ecosystem, demotivated staff, lack of the 3Fs functions, lack of training, dedicated. Next you can write, dedication is the biggest antidote to dealing with punishment posting. Biggest antidote to dealing with punishment posting or shunting. Or shunting out, shunting. एक line लिख लो. Dedication in public service means tireless, relentless pursuit. Public service means tireless, relentless pursuit of public good. Tireless, relentless pursuit of public good means a tireless, without getting tired, not without the tire. ये भी अलग दिक्कत है. Means a tireless, relentless pursuit of public good, even when the task is cumbersome, not exciting, and unwanted. Even when the task is cumbersome, not exciting, and unwanted. Preparation जैसा. The task, when the task is cumbersome, not cumbersome, not exciting, unexciting, and unwanted. Duty is an end in itself. Duty is an end in itself. The task itself is the reward. The task itself is the reward and the motivation. Can you think of some people, some examples? From yes, Armstrong Payne, People's Road, 100 kilometers road. E. Sridharan, as we discussed. Verghese Kurian dedicated his life to what? Verghese Kurian, the father of White Revolution in India, led to poverty alleviation in Gujarat. Why? Dairy farming, cooperative and dairy farming. Mother Teresa's commitment or dedication to public service. APJ Abdul Kalam, all great persons. You can also write about waterman Rajendra Singh. Waterman Rajendra Singh. Rajendra Singh, waterman. So basically he is called as the waterman. Lavasna में मिलने आएंगे आपसे ये. Rajendra Singh, waterman. Why? What is his contribution? His Tarun Bharat Sangh is there. So it was very instrumental in water conservation. He is active in the field of water conservation. ये सारे लोग अभी sidelined हैं देश में, to a great extent. All right, Tarun Bharat Sangh was a great water conservationist in Rajasthan. तो जब भी ये सब होगा, river interlinking and all those projects discussion will come, then he will be writing article in your Hindu. River interlinking or any water tragedy will be there, then you read the column, it will be by Rajendra Singh sometimes. His opinion will be taken. For example, rainwater harvesting, so all these things. You know. Then there was also the mention of, as far as I can remember, there was a mention of library man. Anybody remembers? Man ki baat lagta hai koi nahi sun raha desh mein. So it was Man ki baat, the Prime Minister pointed out to the name of one Sanjay Kashyap. अलग सिनेमा देख रहे हो तुम. Yes, Jharkhand. It was Chaibasa. Chaibasa in Jharkhand, the case of Sanjay Kashyap, known as the library man by the Prime Minister, named as the library man by the Prime Minister in Man Ki Baat. This person, so he could not afford books and he wanted to prepare for civil services. So when he could not, he joined the government service. And then since his posting till date, he has opened 40 public libraries. Wherever he goes, he sets up a library, right from where he was born. So Sanjay Kashyap has been named as a library man by the Prime Minister. Okay. Then in Karnataka, not exactly, it's perseverance, not dedication to public service, but then there is, I think, a waterman, a library man, hai, tunnel man, tunnel man in Karnataka, Amai Mahaling Naik. Sorry, it's going to but check kar lena spelling. Amai So what happened is, with his perseverance, he turned a barren land into a green patch and promotes zero energy micro irrigation. Mountain man दशरथ मार्जे. अब मिलेनियल्स आ गए, ये सब कैट वुमन भी लिख देंगे, सुपरमैन लिख देंगे, इतने पर रेस्ट्रिक्ट करते हैं. Ritu Maheshwari, IAS officer, worked in the field of preventing. अब कानपुर पे हैं तो क्या ही होगा वहां पर, बिजली चोरी के लिए she worked, Ritu Maheshwari. Electricity theft in Kanpur. What will happen in such case when you will do something like this? When your posting will be announced, there will be celebration in the town. Don't expect that people will say कि बड़ा अच्छा काम किया है. All right, Ritu Maheshwari, IAS officer, UP cadre, she worked extensively for preventing electricity theft in Kanpur. So she was very much It's not easy task. The whole population is against you, and you are. Yes, so several people are there. Then P. Narhari, MP cadre IAS. P. Narhari, MP cadre IAS officer, championed the cause of disabled-friendly infrastructure. Championed the cause of disabled-friendly infrastructure in public places. Cause of disabled-friendly. So everywhere, disabled-friendly infrastructure in public places. So wherever he was posted, he ensured that there is a proper ramp built for disabled people. All these things have been taken care of. Yes. So I start counting after it starts hurting. Very good. All right. Chalo. Let us take out our toolkit. अब देखते हैं क्या क्या हमने किया हुआ है उसमें. So in the toolkit, till where we had done? Sevottam model. Everybody is clear with Sevottam model? Wherever there is a delivery failure or delivery of public services, what we have to implement? Sevottam model. What is the whole purpose? The purpose is not that people avoid work. It's just that people are not having the training. There will be 5 young people. You have told them to run an office, and they'll keep talking and fighting among each other. So what the government has said, you come up with a Sevottam model, write down what work you will do, assign the task to people, then measure the performance and make improvement. That is simply Sevottam model. याद रहेगा, UPSC का favorite area है ये. ठीक है? Then compassionate capitalism, triple bottom line. We have already done this. All right. Wealth creation versus wealth distribution. And also a very famous quote that goes is, wealth must be created before it can be distributed. Use it across anywhere. Wealth must be created before it can be distributed. Second idea that you can think with respect to wealth creation. See, these days there is a rise of startup culture and entrepreneurship. So whenever there is any business related case studies where there is a genuine good business, you can say that wealth creation through legitimate means is a virtue in itself. Wealth creation through legitimate means is a virtue in itself. Conventionally, wealth is seen as bad in our society. All right. Next keyword is zero tolerance to corruption. Use this as your final decision that what will you do when you're going to take action against the corrupt. Then what should you say? You should say that there should be no misplaced sympathy for the corrupt. And we should have, the state can only progress if we have zero tolerance for corruption. All right? Then public service code, public service ethics. National interest is another ground on which you can justify any action. In fact, right now, everything that is happening is national interest. And so therefore, other codes also, for example, patriotism is the last resort of the scoundrel. Sometimes some people who have not been happy with nationalism in the early 20th century, that is 1920s and 30s, when nationalism and jingoism was very high. Right? So some people said that in every nation where there was high, so it's exactly 100 years from now. A lot of thinkers oppose the very idea of hyper-nationalism. That country first, because country first had led to the world wars. My country, my country. उसके पहले यूरोप थोड़ा पीस में रहता था. There would be smaller battles. There would be smaller battles. Why? Because people would be divided on smaller groups. Now you say that we are a nation, and that nation is having several nationalities, which means several kinds of people, several languages. Now, don't you become a very powerful entity as a nation? Isn't it? I was reading the newspapers and listening to the news. So what happened is some trouble happened in Haryana, and there were groups, the minority groups and the majority groups. So what happened is suddenly different groups, they distanced themselves. So some said that we are Gujars, we have nothing to do with it. We are Jats, we have nothing to do with it. So do you see that when everything is pulled apart, the fight will not be very strong. It's difficult to fight like that. But when you, the whole, you have, as you may have read in world history, the whole problem happened in the World War was because of unification of Germany. Earlier Germany was divided. You can't have a big battle. Now the whole Germany is united. So you will, if there will be a war, it will become a world war. All right. Then there is categorical imperative that is given by Immanuel Kant. That what is our duty? That is a categorical imperative. It means that it must be done under all circumstances. All right. Then public or social interest, that has to be preserved. That is the public interest doctrine. All right. The 3 E's: economy, efficiency, effectiveness. Then there is another thing: responsiveness to public demands. Responsiveness to public demand. So whenever everybody understands what is a responsible government versus what is a responsive government. समझते हो नहीं समझते हो बोलो. What is a responsive government? Yes, when the citizen is making a request, they are answering to it. You can think of it when your phone freezes, what do you say? It's the screen has become irresponsive. It's not responding to the input or the stimulus. Huh? He's asking difference between responsibility and accountability. अभी just इसको करते हैं फिर करते हैं. Just break के बाद करते हैं. ठीक है, इसको just after this let me finish. Then there is also Satyamev Jayate. What does this mean? It means truth alone triumphs. Use it in your conclusion. Truth alone triumphs. Use it in your conclusion. It was, in which Upanishad was it? Yes, Mundak Upanishad. All right. Then there are certain principles in the next page. You'll always quote these principles. For example, precautionary principle. What is the precautionary principle? So the precautionary principle was adopted in the Rio Declaration as early as 1992. It said that sometimes we will have a doubt when we are doing something. And for example, the world right now does not know that whether climate change is real or not. For example, think of it. So when the idea of climate change came, what happened is a lot of people said that climate change is a hoax and anthropogenic factors are not so strong as to create climate change. Some people said that you are overestimating mankind. Earth has a mood of its own. If they want to have an ice age, the Earth will have an ice age. You can't do anything. If it wants to heat up, it will get heated up. Don't think that you are doing something. So this idea was there. So precautionary principle adopted in Rio Declaration 1992 was that even if we have a doubt over something with respect to, what do you say? If you have a doubt over something whether it is uh, the scientific evidence is there, or complete scientific evidence is there or not to prove it completely, then what we will have? We will follow a precautionary principle. All right, which means that we will not undertake it. All right, so the precautionary principle says that if an activity has the chances of causing a harm, then it is morally correct. Not to undertake the activity. Morally correct not to undertake the activity. Morally correct not to undertake the activity. Lack of strong scientific evidence. Should not be a reason. Lack of strong scientific evidence against the activity should not be the reason for doing it. Lack of strong scientific evidence against the activity should not be a reason for doing it. All right, is this clear? So some people will say that there is no evidence to prove climate change. What will be the precautionary principle say? It will say that we don't know for sure. It may be there, so it is better to be cautious and let us not do anything that causes climate change or greenhouse gas effect. Then there is the principle of sustainable development. What does this say? It talks about integrating environment into development. Integrating of environment into development. Development should be such that it should be sustainable. Principle of intergenerational or public trust doctrine. What is the public trust doctrine? Yes. You simply say public trust doctrine says that public offices are offices of trust. Public offices are offices of trust. Okay. So basically this means that public offices are offices of trust. What does this mean? This simply means that whenever you are occupying a public office, then what is expected? It is expected that you are not the owner of the office. Rather, you are occupying the office on the behalf of the public, and you have to use it for public welfare. This public trust doctrine also says that the trust of the public should not be misused, and your office should not be a rent. You should not have a rent-seeking nature. You understand what is a rent-seeking nature? So let us say I make you in charge of, for example, printouts. That you are the person who will be deciding how many printouts somebody will get. Now that almost becomes a responsible position. What is the expectation? That only those many printouts should be given as the person is eligible to get. But a person who's sitting in that, who's in distributing that public good, what will he think? I can deny it to him if he's not behaving well with me, and I will give 2 to him if he behaves well with me. Right? And what will he do? He'll try to, any person, I'm not just talking about this printout, but I'm saying any public office, any government, you are made a district transport officer. What are you supposed to do? It is office of public trust. What does the public expect you to do? You will give driving license to people who can drive well, and you will deny it to people who cannot drive well. This is the expectation. You are starting to take that office as your fiefdom. You're not going by the rules. What do? You will deny license to people who don't agree to you or who probably do not pay bribes. And you'll give driving license to people over WhatsApp if they are in your favor, right? So that, and what will you do? Your purpose will be to extract rent from the office. What can I get from here? Rent-seeking behavior. What can I get from here? Then the principle of intergenerational equity. What does this principle say? Yes, yes. So principle of intergenerational equity says that we must consume natural resources in a limited manner. We must consume natural resources in a limited manner such that our future generations can also enjoy those resources equitably. Such that our future generations can also enjoy those resources, natural resources, equitably. Yes, so this generation should not appropriate the appropriate the quota of the future generations also. All right. Then okay, so polluter pay principle. Write down polluter pay principle. What is the polluter pay principle? One who is polluting will pay. For example, this is why differential pricing in electricity bill, right? Somebody who's taking up more than X number of units, he will pay more, isn't it? Or for example, extended producer liability. So sometimes you will see that in electronics good, there will be an extended producer liability. They know that this electronics good is going to cause pollution, land or water pollution. So therefore, the extended producer liability is in recycling it. Okay? So that is there. All right. Then there is the harm principle. What is the harm principle? Yes, that people should be free to act how they want, okay, as long as their actions do not harm others. People should be free to act as they want as long as their actions do not harm others. So, there is the principle of natural justice. What are the principles of natural justice? At least one or two components. So you will quote this when you give an answer. The principles of natural justice mandate that one must be heard before a sentence be passed against him. Yes. एक principle तो कम से कम है कि what action will you take against the erring official? You will write, I will terminate his service. That is against the principle of natural justice. You will always try to hear what he has to say. Isn't it? Hear what he has to say. All right. Yeah, and a person should not be the judge of his own case. So if you have made a mistake, what should you do? You should ask somebody else to make an independent assessment. Isn't it? दरवाजा खोलकर देखिए एक बार. कुछ आपको ब्रेक के लिए बोला गया है. ब्रेक का कुछ. हाँ. Right to a fair trial. Fair is a part of natural justice. Is a part of natural. All right. So we have other things also. Some virtues and values. Some virtues and values are also there. So for example, whenever we do this, we always quote. You can always quote the virtues of public service by the Nolan Commission. We have already done. Those are virtues. Then there is another virtue that justice must be tempered with kindness. Whenever you are going to take a lenient view, you will say that justice must be tempered with kindness. Then you can always quote, it is against the tenets of social justice. Whenever you are going to discriminate in favor of some groups, then please use the doctrine of social justice. What does social justice mean? It simply means that unequal should not be treated equally. And the state should make certain provisions, or we should make certain provisions, such that the less disadvantaged are able to rise to their potential. Special treatment, basically. Yes, Antodaya. Compassion, kindness, empathy, these are virtues. Organizational discipline, personal discipline is a virtue. Impartiality, so I've given a list of courage of conviction. Making reasonable profit is again a virtue. Making reasonable profit is a virtue. Anonymity of civil servants is a virtue. Then with respect to constitutional fundamental rights, some fundamental rights you can always quote. Article 14, right to equality. 15, against discrimination. Article 17, untouchability. And you can always talk about not just physical untouchability. For example, a bank, there is a poor man and nobody is listening to him. That is also a form of economic apartheid or economic untouchability. हाँ. Deontological approach says that in any situation you do what is your duty. Your duty is more important, everything else is not so important. Precautionary principle simply says that when we are, there are two different things. It may end up opposing deontological approach, that it may end up opposing duty. It may happen. Precautionary principle simply saying that whenever you're doing something, it's always better to be cautious. Don't say that I don't fully know, so therefore I will take chance. It simply says that if there is a chance of harm which is irreversible, then it is better not to do it, especially when it concerns the environment. For example, you say that I will deforest. You said, okay, then how will you, the trees will be lost. Somebody says we do compensatory afforestation. All right, somebody will say that you plant 100 acres, you plant neem trees. Now, looks like a very fair idea, but somebody will come up with a principle that while you will plant and replicate the number of trees, will you really replicate the biome? Will you replicate the entire ecosystem? Will you? And you will end up planting 5 kinds of trees. Whereas the 100 acres which you have denuded, they are having a very variety of trees, which is sustaining different kinds of birds, animals, and microbiomes, including certain kinds of insects. But you will plant neem, bargad, and so compensatory afforestation does not work. So in such a case, when you will deny something like this, what will you use? This principle, precautionary principle. Now somebody will argue against that. There is no scientific evidence to say that this area, if we plant new trees, then it will not become as good as that one. So we'll not do something like this. We'll not wait for that scientific solid evidence. We'll say that hum karenge, something like this. Huh. Yes, you can say that in precautionary principle, we fear that this harm can be done, but there is no concrete scientific evidence for it. So therefore, if you doubt also there, then we'll better take a precaution and will not do it. All right. So we have freedom of speech, and then there are fundamental duties. This is not just for your case studies, this is also for across all the 4 papers. एक जगह डाल दिया है इसको implement करना, Article 51A, to abide by the Constitution respected ideals. And several ideals are there of the Constitution. Article 51AB, to cherish and so you can go and revise these. इसको कर लेना. Pauline's principle says the opposite of what is the principle of double effect. Pauline's principle is the opposite of doctrine of double effect. What is the doctrine of double effect? That if something is ठीक है. So Pauline's principle will say, Pauline's principle is if ठीक है, इसको पहले खत्म करते हैं, फिर वो करते हैं एक लाइन में. Then there is directive principles of state policy. Everybody remembers Article 44 Uniform Civil Code, 43A participation of workers in management of industry. It is a left-leaning idea. So therefore, whenever the question will come on gig economy, gig workers, then what should be your suggestion and answer and conclusion? Article 43A. Participation of workers in the management of industries. 48A, environmental protection. 51, international peace and security. 39, equitable distribution of material resources. 39B and C lay the foundation of social justice in our country. What does Article 39B say? 39B and 39C, prevention of concentration of wealth in the hands of few. Yes, 39B and 39C. Then there are certain value conflicts. Several value conflicts have been given. Certain value conflicts have been given. See, value conflicts. What are value conflicts? What values are conflicting? All right. So values conflicts, they arise when there is 3 kinds of value conflicts. Okay, one is intrapersonal. 3 kinds of value conflicts are there. One is intrapersonal, within the person itself. The other is interpersonal. And the other is individual versus organizational value conflict. Individual versus organizational value conflict. These three kinds of conflicts will be there. Intrapersonal, where is competition and contradiction of multiple values within the individual. There is both competition and contradiction. Between what? Multiple values within the individual. This value conflict will be there. Huh? Yes, there will be an ethical dilemma because of this. Why? As a civil servant, what is the first value conflict that you may face? One, your training in Labasna will be very elite. So you also have a value of an elite bureaucrat. And then Jila Parishad CEO, dealing with all people who are not having any education. Uske CEO bana diye gaye ho. You're the only person who can read the whole meeting's agenda. Everybody is not able to read. वो कह रहे आप ही को पढ़ के बताइए क्या लिखा है. So therefore, you will suddenly from an elite bureaucrat, and then you are saying, आप तो public servant हैं, we are elected representatives. So the person is in a confusion कि यार कहाँ आ गया मैं इतनी पढ़ाई के बाद. And a constitution, polity, philosophy. Now when you are made a Zilla Parishad CEO, the next position next to the district collector will be additional deputy commissioner, ADC or DDC in some states. He is also the ex officio CEO of the Jilla Parishad. अब पढ़ा किसी ने नहीं होगा वहाँ पर. एजेंडा तुमने बोला कि देखिए we will have a meeting and I will. उसमें पढ़ना किसी को नहीं आता. सब कह रहे हैं आप ही पढ़ दीजिए. Right? या फिर sometimes what will happen, the mayor will say that you sign instead of me. You will say, madam, how can I sign? It will be fraud. You will say कि हमको नहीं आता. All right. So there is competition and contradiction between multiple values within the individual. Interpersonal value conflicts, competition and contradiction of two or more individuals with different value systems when they cooperate to achieve a common goal. Two or more individuals with different value systems cooperating to achieve a common goal. Then there will be interpersonal value conflicts. Two individuals with different value systems trying to achieve a common goal. And I think of it like two people जिनको काम दिया गया है to remove night shelter. One person is having a terrible time that how can I make them homeless. The other person is very happy कि आज तो लाठी चलेगी. He's very happy. Not badminton match between two people. It's not skill set, it's about value system. One person is thinking in a very democratic manner, how can I? He's very compassionate. How can I make these people homeless? Is this for this job have I joined public service? Other person is having a very good time. सुबह से मूड में है. आज लाठी चलाना है. ठीक है. And very used to be very happy. I remember यहाँ पर one of our students who is deputy commissioner now. So what happened is that he came very happily after 3-4 years of service. He said, why you are so happy? He said, actually, I got the real taste of power. I said, what did you do? He said, sir, in 10th board, I went for vigilance. And there were students who were cheating, young, grown-up people. So I caught them and I slapped them and beated them as an SDM. So मैंने कहा कि देखो यार, मतलब, so मैंने कहा कि these are good things, but this is not something as an IS you should be doing. This is not something, it is very unfortunate that I did not say this in his face, but I said that it's stupid that you are, this is not power. Power is something when you write something on a piece of paper and everybody, your seniors and subordinates, everybody agrees to it. I mean, power in bureaucracy will be when you made a recommendation and the chief secretary is also saying that, okay, as Mr. X has suggested, let us go with this. That is power. Your power will be in the pen, not by catching hold of people and beating up someone. So now he became a district collector, abhi kuch time pehle, so he was here again. So I said that now do you see a difference between former you and? So I said, I think it is, I just mocked at him. हल्का मैंने बोला कि I think it is very stupid and very juvenile on your part. तो क्या हुआ था, उसका हाथ में पट्टी लगी थी. So when he came, तो मैंने कहा हाथ कैसे टूट गया? Then he said, sir, actually there were some people, so I caught these students and I was beating them. I was running after them. So खेत में गिर गया, हाथ भी टूट गया. And he was very happy about it. But I really felt that I was feeling. So next time again, then he called, sir, I'm very happy today. I got the real feel of power. I said, what happened? So there was one Baba in Haryana, Ram Rahim, right? Baba Ram Rahim. So therefore what was happening is, it was a lot of chaos was there. So, or CRPF and all were deployed. Now he is a member of Indian Administrative Service. So very happily he said, sir, nobody wants to go in the law and order deployment. IPS people are going, but I have specially written to the Home Secretary that I will go. So he sent a photo that, sir, I'm wearing a hood and carrying a lathi and I will do lathi charge and all. He was very happy. It was not something that I would particularly enjoy. I said, why you are doing such things? Why you are taking such jobs? I mean, the IPS people are doing, you do it. So this time now he became a deputy commissioner. He's a lot more cool, calm, composed. I said that now how do you reflect upon it? Like, I now, so, and when he would come down, so he would sometimes meet my father. So my father would say कि ये सब तो ठीक काम नहीं है, ये सब काम नहीं करना चाहिए. अरे आप अधिकारी हैं, बैठिए कुर्सी पर और you do your work, do a desk job, that is what your job is. So this time he came, then he said that now So that is why he had a lot of boycott within the service also. So for other batchmates of his, they used to say कि I used to ask कि क्या चल रहा है इसका? तो सर ये तो कुछ ना कुछ अभी तो ड्रॉइड कंट्रोल में गया हुआ है ये. ठीक है, मतलब इसका हॉबी ही उस तरह का है. I'm saying this because what happened is now when he was filling up the form, his father came to me and he says, sir, he wants to fill up IPS. I'm also a government teacher. I want him to fill IAS. So what should he fill? So I said that if there is a doubt, always fill IAS. That is what I said. Because unless you enjoy the job of policing, which is generally, so he enjoyed a bit of violence. मैंने कहा, now you're deputy commissioner. So like, no, now I look back at it, I think it was very juvenile behavior. I don't know why I used to do such things. ठीक है, तो मैंने कहा तुमको मिलेगा प्रोफेशनल वैसा, ठीक है, who will take up violence easy. So what happened is he could have been district collector earlier, but I think because he did so many things for 2 or 3 years, he did not get the posting of a collector. So now he has gotten recently, some time back. सरकार को भी पता रहता है कि ये हिंसा करने वाला पदाधिकारी है, तुम भेजोगे कि जाओ मामला. The whole point of being a journalist is, see, if you have a gun and if you have to use it, then technically you do not have power, right? If you have to say that you're powerful, you're probably not, right? In most of these things, what is expected? The expected is that you have 100 policemen and you negotiate and you say that, see, this is the force I'm having. And your power lies in not using the force, right? This is what is expected. That the people see that there is a force. Why do we do flag marches? You're aware that when riots happen after that flag march is done, to demonstrate power that we have power. So don't fool around with the state. So that is why you'll do a flag march. You will not start beating up people or something like that. You just establish control over the area. That is what is expected as a magistrate. If you have to fire and do lathi charge, then there is no, it's a failure technically. And these certain states in the north where there is less population, it is a little overlooked. But if you go to populous states like Kerala or Bihar or West Bengal, and if you do something like this, then you will be in trouble. Because the lower policeman who's working under your country, he has not read so much constituency philosophy rights. When he will beat up, he will break the head of people. And then it will cause irreversible damage. Yes, that may happen. So, ठीक है, चलो पहले, yes, interpersonal, with two individuals with different value systems, they cooperate to achieve a common goal, then value conflicts will be there. Some people may have values such as, then there is individual versus organization conflict, where values of an individual conflict with the organizational values. Values of the individual conflict with the organizational values. See, certain values can be democratic values. What can be democratic values? Okay, so freedom of speech, okay. Freedom, liberty, equality, dissent, disagreement, all these are democratic values. Then there is something known as bureaucratic values. The minute bureaucrat is there, bureaucrat is fine, but the minute is bureaucratic, the minute bureaucratic is added, it becomes a negative term. So bureaucratic values will be rule-oriented to the point of being rule-obsessed. Rule-oriented. It will be having a lot of paperwork. Siren cage of bureaucracy. So bureaucratic values will be there. What other kinds of values? There can be personal values. the values that a person holds dear or close to himself, isn't it? There can be certain personal values, empathy, compassion, love. Then there can be something like organizational values, the ones that are furthered by the organization. What are civil service values? All the values that are given by Nolan Commission, the principles of, they will be, and you can add one more, that is the principle of anonymity. Okay. Integrity is already given. All right. Certain value conflicts are given. Then we also have the 7 sins of Gandhi. Wealth without work, pleasure without conscience, knowledge without character, isn't it? Commerce without morality. इनका ब्रेक था, एक बार पूछो, हो गया क्या? ब्रेक के लिए इनको बोला था कुछ. Science without humanity, religion without sacrifice, politics without principle. Yes. Electoral reforms question comes. Please write in the conclusion Gandhi's 7th sin, that is politics without principles. Knowing is different, writing in copy is different. Right. हाँ बोलो बच्चे. Pleasure without conscience is when you are enjoying 18 degrees Celsius AC temperature in your room, you are not realizing that you are burning carbon in essence. So whenever we are enjoying, we must also be willing to look at what cost we are doing this. That conscience should be there, isn't it? हो गया है, अभी ब्रेक दे सकते हैं? अच्छा, ठीक है. So we'll just have a 10-15 minute break and then maybe after that we'll just finish off topics. हाँ बोलो. Civil service refers generally to the higher civil service. All right, and bureaucrat refers to the whole bureaucrat. Bureaucracy is the agency of the state. All right, and when you say something, oh, I have to deal with bureaucracy, this means that there will be a process, there will be paperwork, and there will be delay, and there will be lethargy. You'll see in Hollywood movies, there will be some secret services agent, and say, what's oh no, I'm just caught up with the bureaucracy. Matlab, there is somebody asking question, क्यों किया, कैसा किया, कितना खर्चा किया, कितना use, all this, that will, so therefore, when you use bureaucracy, it ends up being a little pejorative term. Okay? So, civil service refers to the higher civil service. So yes, we'll have a break for 15 minutes. Okay? We'll have some, then we'll just come back. All right? Chalo. Let us solve it. Try and solve it. Have you already marked it? The ethics case studies questionnaire? Yes. So fast. No, it is there now. Mic is working now? No. So start now solving the questionnaire. How many questions are there? 21. So this will give us, पहले इसको solve करो. Mark only one option in all the questions. You don't mark two, you mark only one. All right, time up. Mark whatever you can. Write your name on the front page of the questionnaire. Don't write your neighbor's name. Don't write your enemy's name. Write your name on the question paper. Then please exchange it with your neighbor immediately. Some people are solving digitally only. Then you have to give up your iPad. Solving digitally. Exchange with someone. Exchange with your neighbor fast. Done? Exchange with someone? All right. So question number 1. If the answer is A and B, give +2, otherwise -1. Start awarding marks to your friend. Question number 1, answer is A or B, then award +2, otherwise award -1, even if it is not attempted. Wait, have you exchanged with anyone? Don't do convenient exchange. Okay. Yes, no use. You give it with anyone. It can be double exchange also. Everybody's done? All right. And everybody has a name written there on the front page? Yes. Jaldi karo. Question number 1, correct answer A or B. Award +2 if correct. If not attempted or nothing. If any other is then award -1. Yes. Question number 2, B and D. Yes, you must mark. Let us see. So as to have a variation. Question number 2, B or D is the correct. +2 or -1. Question number 3, A or C. +2 or -1. Mark -1 even if not attempted. A and C is the correct answer. Yes, -1 if not attempted. Because some people were thinking of topping the exam by कि बाकी लोग गलत कर देंगे, हम जीरो पे ही हम टॉप कर जाएंगे, इसलिए -1 if not attempted. Question number 4, A or C is the correct answer. Any other choice, mark -1. Question number 5, B and D are the correct answer. Fourth का pay attention, A and C. Coming to question number 5, turn the page. B and D, B or D. Bombay or Delhi? +2, -1. Okay. Question number 6, Bombay or Delhi? Question number 7, Bombay, Calcutta. Question number 8, Ahmedabad, Delhi. Question number 9, Ahmedabad, Calcutta. दिल्ली था, चेन्नई बोला ही नहीं मैंने तो. You are hearing voices in your head. Question number 10, Ahmedabad, Delhi. Question number 11, 9th is Ahmedabad, Calcutta. If you are not understanding, put -1. Do it fast. Put -1. Some people will try to fool like that also. When you used to go for any difficult right situation would be there, no? So what you need is, there was a bifurcation. Either you are in the police, the agencies will, two kinds of people will be there from the state. One will be the police, the other will be the civilian. So to prevent yourself from beaten up, if you are a police person, then you try to dress in civilian. ठीक है, तो ऐसे ही एक दो सिपाही रहते थे. So you used to ask them कि आप पुलिस से है कि you ask them, are you from the police or are you from the administration, civil admin? तो कहते हैं सर हम पुलिस प्रशासन से हैं. Question number 10, Ahmedabad, Delhi. Question 11, Ahmedabad, Bombay. Question 12, Ahmedabad, Delhi. Question 13, Calcutta, Delhi. Question 14, Calcutta, Delhi. Question 15, Bombay, Calcutta. Question 16, Ahmedabad, Calcutta. Question 16, Ahmedabad, Calcutta. Question 17, Ahmedabad, Calcutta. Question 17, Ahmedabad, Calcutta. Question 18, Calcutta, Delhi. Question 18, Calcutta, Delhi. Question 19, Bombay, Calcutta. Question 19, Bombay, Calcutta. Question 20, Ahmedabad, Calcutta. Question 20, Ahmedabad, Calcutta. Give -1 if not attempted. Question 21, Bombay, Calcutta. Now do the total score. All right. How much is your friend scoring, or your 12? Okay. So now everybody knows what this document is. What is this document? Kai varsh pehle. So basically, when the civil services examination went through reforms, the Union Public Service Commission introduced decision-making questions in the preliminary examination. That was the year 2011. So for 11, 12, 13, I think, they maintained this decision-making questions, after which these decision-making questions where no marks would be deducted, but more than one question would be correct. They were the last 8 questions. Subsequently, the reforms were brought in the mains examination, and in general studies paper 4 was brought. And so therefore, these questions were permanently shifted to section B of the case studies. So we are trying to do this exercise with the purpose that how closely we are able to understand what is the demand of the commission. Let us not have any biases. Let us see what the commission deems as a correct answer or the kind of behavior that is expected from us. Once we are able to infer that, at least we'll be able to sort out one problem, and that is what is the right course of action. Arguments already we have studied so much that I don't think that you will need further value addition in terms of writing arguments in defense of your position. But let us know what is the correct answer. All right. So first is how many, any of your friends have gotten 25? Raise hands if your copy has 25 plus. Let the credit go to the checker. 25 plus. Very good. Good number. Between 20 to 24? 15 to 19? Below 15? ठीक है. समोसे का बिल भेज देना उधर. All right. Wonderful. So people had above 30 also. Good number. 30. Acha, 30 aaya. Wonderful. So let us take these questions one by one. See, in question number 1, the commission has given answer as A and B. All right. So explanation for not attending important official meet is now putting pressure on you not to uska naam nahi lene ke liye, right? That's what he is there. So the commission is saying that these 2 answers are not correct. What is happening in these 2 answers? Admit your fault to save the situation. So this is something that lacks integrity, or there is lie telling here, isn't it? यहाँ पर तुम्हें क्या करना पड़ रहा है? झूठ बोलना पड़ रहा है. That is not acceptable. The other is put the responsibility on the coordinator. The other is making someone a scapegoat. हालांकि करोगे यही, making someone the scapegoat. This is something that is not acceptable. Commission, there will be internal contradiction in some questions. So we'll try to see what is majorly what the commission wants to say. What are the 2 kinds of expectation that the commission has? From these 2 questions we can infer. One is that ek to sach bolna, truth telling is there. The second is a formal process, right? That send a written reply explaining the fact. A formal process has been rewarded. Truth telling, formal process, honesty is rewarded, right? Local thug is threatening you, and he is asking you to sell the property to him. What will be your course of action? The commission says that you either go to the police for necessary action or negotiate with the goon to get a higher price. All right. So what answer UPSC has not said is correct is sell the property at a cheaper price, which means surrendering, giving up, cowardice. All this is something that is not accepted. The other is ask for help from your neighbors. This is something that I did not find appropriate. This could have been a logical choice, but the commission has chosen among 2 choices. The commission says one goes for a formal process. The other is a practical aspect, that is negotiate with the goon to get a high price, which means that you are not treating the goon as a goon, but you're treating as another property dealer, isn't it? So therefore it has gone for it. But at least we see one thing that it has not is that what is not acceptable is at least this selling property at lower price, giving in to any extreme demand, surrendering. This is not acceptable. Formal process has been given importance. Go to the police. All right. You have to accomplish a Very important task for a headquarter within next 2 days. An accident has happened and office is saying you have to finish the task. The commission says which is the correct answer? Here, batao. Ask for an extension of the deadline. This is correct. And the other is C. See, therefore, one thing that is very important is that work should not stop. That has been eventually done. So that is a good lesson. One is that it has gone for a delegation of work. Not blaming, but delegation of work. That you say that this person, what has not been accepted is running away from the task, such as staying away till you recover. Phone off करके बैठ नहीं जाना है. Right? That is something that is not acceptable. So this is wrong according to the commission. Ask for an extension of the deadline, not acceptable. Right? Because maybe that project is linked to X, is linked to Y, is linked to Z, and one with steps that goes wrong. ठीक है. इसको तो अनिल ने सही बोला है. Right? ठीक है. इसको नहीं बोला है सही. Inform headquarter of your inability to finish on time. All right. So again here, we can say what they have gone for is honesty, work ethics, work. This is the least recommended one. Okay. Question 4. What is the correct choice? Be loud. Bolo. Let the inquiry be set up to look into the matter. So basically, officer in charge for providing basic medical facilities to earthquake, despite best efforts, people put allegation that you are making money. This is a common scenario. All right, so let an inquiry be set up to look into the matter. Ask your senior to appoint some other person. This has been correct or wrong? Wrong. Not pay attention to the allegation. This is correct. And also this is wrong. So which means that it is very much against any sort of inaction, any sort of something that stops the work itself. What has been what has been promoted or what has been deemed as correct is, one is openness, that you can ask people that okay, you can do an inquiry, and the other is that you do not pay attention to the noise that is created. Yeah, so your dedication to public service, you will not pay any heed to what is being said. All right. So therefore, question number 5 and 6. Higher boats, they are demanding more price. They are also trying to find आपदा में अवसर. Reject the proposal and call for a fresh price. This has been deemed as correct or incorrect? Incorrect, because it will probably delay the disaster management response also, isn't it? Accept the lowest price. This has been deemed as correct, that whatever options you have, you accept the deemed price. Refer the matter to the government and wait, and threaten the boat owners about a possible cancellation. Which of C or D, which has been correct? D has been marked as correct about a possible cancellation. So basically you are told that use your resources, whatever resources you have, you do it, but don't refer the matter to the government and wait for a response. So therefore the work should not be affected. Again, that is there. So one key responsibility we are understanding is the expectation or the demand of the job is that when a work is and we are unable to do it, or we are unable to do it at a less cost, one priority that the work speed should not be affected. We'll either delegate or we'll try to make do with what we have. Second is we'll not blame anyone. And third is we'll go as per the what is the best situation. All right. Now village administration distribution of vaccines in a epidemic hit village and left with only one vaccine. And that Pradhan ji is also asking, as well as a poor man is also asking. So what initiate the procedure to expedite the next supply without issuing the vaccine to either. Now what happens? None of them are getting the, this has been correct or wrong? This is wrong. And arrange, so therefore any sort of inactivity or anything that stalls the process, any sort of bureaucratic hurdle has been discouraged. What quality is looking? Arrange vaccine for the poor village from the distributor of another area. This has been deemed as correct, that you're looking for a solution-oriented approach. Ask both to approach a doctor and get an input about the urgency. This is something that you're passing the blame on others. Ki ye kagaz lekar aiye, you get this document and I'll get the work done. Not recommended. Arrange vaccine for the Gram Pradhan. All right. So therefore, solution-oriented approach is very much needed. So therefore, very good. He's saying the doctor will give which case is more urgent. So in such a situation, the choice that is given here is you ask both of them to go to a doctor and get a urgency report. There is a poor man and there is a pradhan, and then there is a doctor in the village. Whose favor will he give the report? Pradhan. So if you could have said that I will seek a medical advice from the doctor, you seeking it is very different. But you asking them कि अपनी क्षमता के हिसाब से you get the report made, then depending on their capacity they will get made different reports, isn't it? Huh? Yeah, it may not be. So therefore, you seeking his report is acceptable, but what is not acceptable is you ask them that you get this certificate, get that certificate. Not required. Project of creating night shelter for homeless during winter. You have received complaints of increase in theft cases with a demand to remove the shelter. What would you ask them to do? Ask them to lodge a written complaint with the police. This has been done. This is not recommended, right? This is strangely not recommended, I think. Because if somebody you want them to exploit the formal channels. So this question, I'm not able to see what they want. Assure residents of an inquiry into the matter. Consider residents to consider the humanitarian effort made and continue with the project and ignore their complaint. D is recommended. D is not recommended. What is recommended? B and to answer the humanitarian. So this one would be, it would be appropriate to say that if they feel that thefts are being reported, then a lodging of a police complaint may be a rational choice, given that it will create a certain fear with respect to such activities. Very news of surveillance by police will satisfy or remove the lawlessness in the area. So I'm not sure why Commission has not chosen this as a correct option, one of the correct option. ठीक है? How C ask residents to consider the humanitarian effort made. लोगों को कह रहे हैं, हाँ? So that is why I said that we have to try to see the direction. We cannot say that all that they have recommended is as the correct. It's UPSC's my life, my rules. That can be there. So which way we have to seek a direction. We don't have to just go by. We have to seek a direction. Disha dekhni hai, which direction it is pointing out. There will be some areas where we will not disagree with what is a reasonable choice. All right, which is why they have not given negative marks. They did not come up with negative marks. Your administrative authority, daughter-in-law of influential person, harassment of in-laws, parents not able to approach you because of social pressure. What will you do? Call the in-laws for an explanation. This is correct. Counsel the lady to adjust. Not correct. Take action after parents approach you. Not correct. And ask her to lodge a complaint with the police. One thing that consistently we may want to verify is that with respect to gender issues, what is the Commission's position? So with respect to gender issues, there is generally zero tolerance. Whereas sometimes it may be that you would call all the parties for a meeting to resolve it, but Commission has taken more gender sensitive. So you either call for the in-laws for an explanation, which is good enough, or you ask them to lodge a complaint. But you never try to counsel the victim, saying that it is his or her problem and you try to adjust. That has not been done. All right? And you're also not waiting for further tragedy to happen. All right? Question 9. Difference of opinion regarding final report prepared by your subordinate, which is very urgent. The subordinate is justifying information and you are not convinced. What will be your correct? Convince the subordinate that he is wrong. That is correct. All right, so you go with your integrity, whatever you think. Tell him to reconsider the results. It is correct. Revise the report on your own. This is correct. We cannot draw a very good inference here. Tell him not to justify the mistake. We would not go for drawing a very good inference from here. Given that revise the report on your own is something that is not a great idea, because then you will take up everything on yourself. The matter is an urgent. Yes, tell him to reconsider the result was a valid one, but so let us so let us say we'll not go with it. We'll go in question number 10. Competing with your batchmate for the prestigious award/district to be decided on the basis of oral presentation. You have been asked by the committee to finish on time. Your friend is allowed more than the stipulated time. What will you do? What is lodge a complaint to the chairperson against the discrimination. This is correct. So basically, if you have a problem, you speak about it. Not listen to any justification from the committee. This is ask for withdrawal of your name, protest and leave the place. This is correct, right? Ask for withdrawal of your name is not correct? All right. So again, in this, lodge a complaint to the chairperson, which is a formal process is said. We are not sure why protest and leave the place and create a drama has been taken as correct. And this is the typical behavior that generally politicians have when they are sharing the stage and one of them is not given the bigger garland. Ask for withdrawal of your name is a moral protest. And this is the protest and leave the places is a huge drama. Huh? Yes, similar, but ask for withdrawal of your name is a more silent way of protesting rather than a explicit protest. हाँ ठीक है, इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ कि let us try to see what the commission is looking for. Let us try to get a direction. Not every question will not be. You're handling time-bound project. Project is delayed due to lack of cooperation of the team members. What should you do? Warn the team members for their non-cooperation. Is this correct? Yes? Look into the reasons for non-cooperation. Yes. Ask for replacement. Not correct. You may not be able to get it. Ask for the extension citing reasons. Administrative delay is not acceptable. All right. Administrative delay, not acceptable. Solution-oriented approach is there. And looking into finding out the root cause of a problem is very much there. All right. Then you are the chairperson of State Sports Committee. You received a complaint and later it was found that an athlete in junior age category who has won a medal has crossed the age criteria by 5 days. What would you do? What would you do? Ask the screening committee for a clarification? Yes. That why somebody asked the athlete to return the medal? Ask the athlete to get an affidavit from the court declaring his age? Ask the member of the committee for their views. To some extent, the principle of collegiality has been there. Seeking clarification has been recommended. What has been not prefaced is that go and get this done and delay the process. Delaying strategies have been discouraged. You are handling a priority project and have been meeting all deadlines and planning your leave during the project. Immediate boss does not grant leave citing urgency of the project. And you planned your leave. So basically you have informed your boss of the leave beforehand. And now what is happening is not granting leave because the project is urgent. What should you do? Proceed on leave without waiting for the sanction? No. Pretend to be sick and take leave? No. Good. Approach higher authority to reconsider the leave application. Tell the boss it is not justified. So this was something that I was not expecting, that you go and tell your boss that it is not justified. But then again, these are again escapist tendencies, right? This definitely has been discouraged. But if you see a confrontational approach in some matters has been deemed as correct, right? Protesting and leave, ki natak kar do stage par. Then tell the boss it is justified. Some element of drama has been encouraged, all right? They are giving ideas that karna kya hai. So somebody asks you, the good thing with civil services and body polity is that if your boss asks, why did you do that? You give this question paper and print out of UPSC. Because he has also appeared for the exam, so he will know ki chalo, theek hai. See, one thing that happens with civil servants, even if they grow old, they always remember their UPSC exam. That becomes a very uniting factor in the service. So as you will meet senior officers, they'll again start talking, before their retirement, they start talking about their exam. Especially if they are not getting any post-retirement position. Then start talking that when I was writing the exam, this is how hard I worked. You'll often find that. You're involved in setting up a water supply project in remote area. Full recovery is not possible. Income level is low. And BPL problem is there. When a decision has to be taken on pricing, you would recommend that the supply of water be free of charge in all respects. Correct or wrong? Not correct. Subsidy culture. Okay, means freebies not recommended. Recommend that the user pay a. So be very clear. One thing that with respect to freebie, consistently be very clear that you are a member of the civil service. You are not being a politician. So whenever a question on freebies come, don't say that freebies should be unconditionally, they should be allowed. All right, because you are supposed to maintain fiscal prudence. You are the person who is responsible when the government changes. Right? So this is our position has to be very clear here. Recommend that users pay a one-time fixed sum for installation of taps and the usage water be free. Correct or not correct? Because Commission is not happy with the usage of water be free. They are not doing this. Recommended fixed monthly charge to be levied on non-BPL families, and for BPL families water should be free. It is correct or not correct? This has been deemed as correct. So technically what it has been done is there is no universal freebies. It is only conditional freebie. And the recovery has to be not left to someone, but it is to be collected from others. So that clarity has to be there. Yes, social justice angle is there, social justice. Recommended that the users pay a charge based on consumption of water with differentiated charges for non-BPL and BPL. This is correct? Yes, very fair assessment. Okay. As a citizen, you have some work with the government department. The official calls you again and again and without directly asking you, sends out feelers for a bribe. You want to get your work done. You would give a bribe. Is this correct? Behave as if you have not understood the feelers and persist with your application. This is correct or not? Yeah, this is correct. This is correct or wrong? As per the key. Batao? It is as per the key, it is given as correct. Behave as if you have not understood. That is also because you probably don't know whether he's asking the bribe or not. Given that directly he is not asking you. So you behave as if you have not understood. That has been deemed as correct. Go to higher officials for help, verbally complaining about feelers. Correct or not correct? And send a formal complaint. This has been discouraged. In my opinion, this was also a very correct choice, that I feel that a bribe is being demanded. Then what UPSC is suggesting this. Why? Because probably it will be difficult to prove, because explicit demand for bribe, yes, has not been made. Feelers are being given, but explicit demand has not been made, and therefore sending in a formal complaint has been discouraged. But in my opinion, we can very well have this. See, you always feel that, for example, I'll just give you an example. You always feel that when it is being done by civil servants, there will be challenges. But right now, for example, electricity, there is a separate company for it. Now this company, what they have done is they have given us a sudden random bill to us. Now the problem is that fighting for that random bill, as in is much more than what we pay for an entire year. They have randomly created a bill and give it to us. Now the problem is their grievance redressal system is very pathetic. For this classroom itself, they have given a very random bill. And now the grievance redressal is so troublesome, tiresome, that the better option is to pay the bill and then go in litigation. All right, but there is no grievance redressal mechanism. And anyway, next question. You are the head of your office. Certain houses reserved for allotment to the office staff, and you have been given the discretion to do so. A set of rules for the allocation of the houses has been led by you and has been made public. So you have made the policy as public. Personal secretary who is very close comes to you and pleads that his father is ill. He should be given priority in allotment. Office secretariat that examined the request as per rules turns down the request and recommends the procedure to be followed according to the rules. What do you want? You don't want to annoy your personal secretary because your work will stop. In such circumstances, what would you do? Call him over to your room and personally explain why the allotment cannot be done. This is correct or not correct? This is correct. So basically you clarify your position that why you are unable to do it, and there has, because it's a personal secretary, so there is a personal touch also. You're going to convince him in person. You are not going to send a letter saying that for your information FYI, aise nahi karenge. We'll try to meet them, we'll try to explain. Allot the house to him to win his loyalty. This is correct or wrong? Agree with the office note to show that you are not biased and that you you do not indulge in favoritism. This is correct. So a more strict option, keep the file with you and not pass any orders. This is typical behavior that we have to not engage in. That file the kar baithe and we are not doing anything, delaying. All right, then let's take question 17. While traveling in Delhi, registered commercial taxi from Delhi to another state, Your taxi driver informs that he has no permit for running the taxi in that city. He will stop at this transport office and pay the fee. While paying the fee, you find transport clerk who is taking extra 50 rupees, which is no receipt. You are in a hurry. What would you do? Go up to the counter and ask the clerk to give back the money which is illegally taken, correct or wrong? What has the commission said? Do not interfere at all, as this is a matter between the taxi driver and the tax authorities, correct or wrong? Take note of the incident and subsequently report the matter to the concerned authorities, correct, and treat it as normal. So therefore, there is zero tolerance for corruption. There has been a zero tolerance for corruption. If you are seeing, not only you do not have to indulge in corruption, but if there is corruption happening around you, then what do we have to do? We have to prevent it. All right. Person lives far off village, which is almost 2 hours by bus. The village's neighbor is a very powerful landlord who's trying to occupy the poor villagers' land by force. You are the district magistrate and busy in a meeting called by a local minister. The villager has come all the way by bus and on foot to see you and give an application seeking protection from the powerful landlord. The villager keeps on waiting outside the meeting hall for an hour. You come out and you are rushing to another meeting. The villager follows you to submit his application. What would you do? So the situation is very simple. You are rushing from one meeting to another and somebody is waiting for you. He wants to give you an application. Tell him to wait for another 2 hours till you come back has been not correct. Tell him that the matter is actually to be dealt by a junior officer and that he should be given application. You are not going to deflect him. Delegation is there, but no deflection that you get this done from someone else. That is not correct. Call one of your senior subordinate officers and ask him to solve the village's problem. This is which means there is a personal initiative has to be taken. That instead of saying that you get it done, you say that I will get it done and solve the problem. Or quickly take the application, ask relevant questions, and then proceed to the meeting. This is also correct. So what inference can we draw from here? Here is that we need to have certain amount of empathy for a person who's traveled for 2 hours. That is one. The other is that we do not abdicate our responsibility. Abdication of responsibility should not be there. The third is, as our role is that of a person of getting things done. Getting things done means if you're reaching out, things should be done. Shortage of sugar in your district. And government has ordered maximum 30 kg sugar is to be released for wedding celebration. This was before 1991. This is how it used to happen. Son of your close friend is getting married and friend requests 50 kgs. At least expresses annoyance when you tell him that the government's restriction on this matter. He feels since you are the DM, you can release any amount. You do not want to spoil your friendship with him. In such circumstances, how would you deal with the situation? Release the extra amount of sugar which your friend has requested for. This is correct or incorrect? Incorrect. Refuse your friend the extra amount and strictly follow the rules. Correct or incorrect? Then deemed as correct. So one thing is there that idealism, complete idealism is fine. I mean, strictly going by the rules is usually fine. And then show your friend the copy of government instruction and then persuade him to accept the lower amount as prescribed in the rules. Advise him to directly applying to the allotting authority and inform him that you will not interfere in this matter. No, which means that you are never required that you go somewhere, get this document, get this certificate is not. If a old woman is there and she does not have an Aadhaar and she wants ration, you don't tell her to get an Aadhaar. What do? You call the Aadhaar enrollment authority, say that get this done and give her. Is this clear? You don't tell her that you go and get this done. You come with this or that. So typical bureaucratic behavior has been a little discouraged. In charge of implementing family planning, strong opposition is there. You want to convince the residents of the need for keeping small families. What is the best way of communicating? First is by logically explaining to the residents the need for family planning to improve health and living standards. Correct or wrong? ठीक है, कर नहीं पाओगे लेकिन. By encouraging late marriage and proper spacing of children. This is wrong given by the commission. Offering incentives for adopting family planning devices. This is the government strategy itself. Asking people who have been sterilized or using contraceptives to directly talk to the residents. We cannot draw very strong inferences from this, given that these were valid choices when people could be talking about how they had a fear and then now they're doing. But again, we can't say anything here. By encouraging late marriages and proper spacing of children. Because if both these are correct, offering incentive. See, you will offer incentive when you think that logic is not going to work. So it's saying that either try logic or you try incentive. So that is why my thinking is that then logic will also not work there. You try to explain to them. All right. So broadly, if you see by offering incentives, you are in charge of implementing. So that is one of your roles. From the village. So it could be. Okay, fine. Yes, there could be other concerns such as not many people would want to come out and talk about, they would feel ashamed of it. All right, question 21. Teacher in university setting question paper. Your friend's son is preparing for the exam and he's saying that it is last attempt. With your, what question he's asking you to leak the question paper. In the past, your colleague had helped you in another matter. Your colleague informs you that his son will suffer from depression if he fails in this exam. In such circumstances, what should you do? In view of the help he has given to you, extend your help to him, correct or wrong? Regret that you cannot be of any help to him? Correct. Explain to your colleague that this would be violating the trust of the university. This is correct. Report the conduct of your colleague to the highest authorities. No. He has come in a personal capacity. So therefore, he is not in a position of extortion. Right? Why would you not report him? Because he is not in a position of extortion. It is something like your relative comes and says that, can I get it? You simply say no, instead of reporting them, isn't it? All right. So these are some choices that we would make. Now let us just see, so all of you have written first case study, okay? So let us just so let us just try to see, so there are several, how will be solving our case study? See, in any case study, there are several. One is the introduction, where you probably need some help. Yes, ठीक है, fine, हो गया. All right. So you probably, there are three parts. One is the intro, the other is the body, and the last is the conclusion. So I'll give you a simple formula how we have to address any case studies. With respect to the introduction, we'll go with a differentiated approach. Please, now in case studies, I think the body is the easier part. The body is the easier part. What are the choices available before you? Okay, so we'll just explore some sample case study that are there. Okay, the two case studies that are there at the behind, we'll see it. So there is, with respect to the introduction, see there are several ways we'll introduce to make our essay, make our case study a little interesting. So one is that, my expectation is that bachcho do not copy paste a certain style of writing case studies. For example, you're beginning with a quote. Don't begin with a quote in all the case studies. You're beginning with so one approach that I'll tell you to introduction, in your introduction is, for example, you begin with a definition, or what I call is a summary actually. It is very good to start a case study. All right, you take a simple case, the last question that we had, that your colleague has come for help for his son, and he says that if you do not help him, then he will be under depression. So how would you summarize the whole situation? When I tell you to summarize the whole situation, think of it. Sometimes the case studies will be this huge, right? A long case study. You think of it that somebody, let's say, you are one of the subjects of the case, and your brother has called from on ISD, which is charging a lot of money, 20 rupees per minute, and he's asking what is happening, what are you going through. Now you know that he's least interested in your whole story, right? But what he would want is, he'd want a two-line summary. If you explain any more than that, he will lose interest. कि छोड़ो रहने दो, गलत सवाल पूछ लिया मैंने तुमसे, है ना? So therefore, if you get a case study, can we not summarize the case, including, let's say, the teacher's case? The teacher's case, can we not summarize it saying that the case given above is a classical case, or it is a typical case, or a conventional case, where what is happening in that case? So one idea is you talk about the values. The other idea is you describe the case. That is a tippany. What I'm saying is, what you are giving me is a commentary, all right, where you are involving the values involved. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about the facts of the case have to be said. So now you may do that in several ways. One, you say कि देखो मेरा दोस्त, my friend is Ravi, his son is Vivek, and now Ravi is asking that Vivek is studying in certain Delhi University. He's in B.Ed course. No need of those details. If you have to summarize, you will probably miss out on all the nouns, proper nouns at least you will not say. You will simply say, and what is the main issue? The main issue here is that the burden of expectation that a person has when he's in a public position. है ना? The burden of expectation that a person has when he's in a public position, this is further aggravated when the person who's now in a public position has what? What has he done? Or what has he he's under obligation from his friend, from someone. A personal obligation, right? So can we not define or summarize this case? Above case is a typical scenario, okay, before a public servant, or a typical dilemma before a public servant or a person in public position, where he's under personal obligation of friends and relatives, and this personal obligation puts him in a position of dilemma that requires him to misuse his office. यही होगा. You will call up your brother, calls up you, says कि देखो कुछ personal obligation मैंने दोस्त से लिया है, आज he is asking me to pay back. Right, so that is one way how you can completely summarize the case without getting into the nitty-gritty. You take any case, you take any other case also. Your friend who's, for example, who's asking you for sugar, right? Ki my son's marriage is there, and he's expecting sugar, and he's saying that you can do anything. This is what is the case which we saw. इसी को बड़े तरीके से लिखा होगा that Mr. X is Radheshyam, he is the owner of the biggest movie hall, and every time you go and enjoy movie in his movie hall, now his son is getting married and he wants sugar from you, right? So how do we summarize this? If you are going to just summarize it, or you are going to say it in 2 lines. Yes, to paraphrase, how would you approach this? That the above. Okay, so one way is you can identify the values at stake, okay, summarizing. But so our approach is format number 3. What I'm talking about, summarize the whole case, which I've given in your note, in your handout. Summarize whole case without getting into the specifics. Imagine, है ना? Imagine you were to describe it to a non-interested person, such as the evaluator. All right. And how would you say it in less time without losing his attention? So you would say something like, above case is a classical case where friends and family have high expectations from those in public office, and they also believe that the person in public office has absolute authority without being bound by rules and policies. Sugar वाले का बता रहा हूँ. अभी just हमने किया ना. Your friend is asking 30 kg sugar is the rule. Your friend is asking 50 kgs. Right? So you can summarize it like this. That how? So what you are saying? You are saying the broad चीजें क्या है? कि how a person in public office has certain obligations to friends and family, and friends and family have such high expectations from public officials, disregarding the fact that the public official may not have all the discretion and may be bound by policies and regulations. This is what is happening. That is one approach. All right, that is which I put in format number 3. All right. The second approach is you summarize it in 2 lines. The other approach is you begin with principles involved. You begin with principles involved or values involved. Take any question. Yes, university, your friend's father coming. So what may happen is, if, for example, in every case, all sorts of introductions may not be possible. All right, all sorts of introductions may not be possible. So we have to just go by what is the most easiest one. So let's say the university case where your friend has come to get his son passed by you, and the expectation is that you will leak the paper to him. This is what is the expectation. All right. So here, what are the principles involved? You will be with the above case presents a classical dilemma or classical clash of values. What sort of values are at conflict? Yes. So loyalty to one's kith and kin, personal integrity, and commitment to one's job, for example, on one hand, and on other hand, what is involved? Or loyalty to one's kith and kin on one hand, for example, loyalty to one's kith and kin on one hand, keeping one's promises, obliging members of the family and friends on one hand, and on the other hand, rule of law, personal integrity, and commitment to one's job. You can begin very well the first line. You can just talk about what is at stake. You can put that in the confidentiality principle. So on those lines, you can go ahead with it. So you can always then you can go for another approach. The third approach is, for example, you can begin with what is called the parties involved or the stakeholders. The parties involved or the stakeholders. There was a time when everybody used to begin case studies writing all the stakeholders, and without being asked. So UPSC used to first ask stakeholders. Then everybody used to write stakeholders even if it is not asked. So now one is UPSC also learned and they stopped asking what are the stakeholders. But then also students used to write. So now there is a negative penalty if you write too many stakeholders. Don't do that. Maybe in one question you write the stakeholders at max if it is not asked. But don't keep writing stakeholders in everyone and bore the examiner to the death. All right, so in any case, for example, let us say we have a sample case study 1. Newspaper reports that a certain village in UP, बताओ UP ही choose करना था, dropout in school attendance. District admission has come to know. They have sought a report from the principal. Principal has said that students are boycotting midday meal. Why? Because a Dalit woman is cooking the midday meal. Parents of the children have protested against this. They asked children not to eat the meal cooked by Dalit women. This has led to drop in attendance. School monitoring committees are also involved, but nothing is happening. How will you introduce this? Let us say with this approach. For example, the parties involved. So who are the parties involved in this case? Involved parties or stakeholders. The above case is you can mix and match. You can summarize the case, or you can just line one line. The above case is a classical case of the deep caste-based discriminations and untouchability, practice of untouchability. Yes, you can begin also with an article. Okay, so you can say that this deep-seated feelings of untouchability in the society that still exist, and you can make your stakeholder. I would always say that make a diagram for a stakeholder. Don't write it serially. Make a diagram itself. Khatam karo. So who are the stakeholders? One is the school children, the guardians, yes, the Dalit woman, school administration, the monitoring committees, district administration. All these are the stakeholders in such a case. Making it a difficult. So therefore you can begin with this. All right. Then there is a fourth approach, which is which is an analysis approach, a longer analysis. Matlab half you write 50 or 100 words introduction. Why? Because you have to attract the attention of the examiner and you want to win his trust in the paragraph. Because in the body, what are the options available and which one will you choose? Yes, sab log kar lenge. They'll make a table, they'll write the choices, which is a simple laborious task. Nothing but a task that requires a little labor. But there is little scope of innovation or even your innovation getting noticed. So unfortunately or fortunately for you, your only innovations will come in the introduction and the conclusion, as well as some key ideas that you have that you'll be able to put here and there. All right. So for example, you analyze the case where you write what is called now, what our friend was doing, a tippani, which means you are passing a commentary on the case. You are passing a commentary on the case. You are analyzing the Dalit women's question and you are writing 50 or 50, 70 words introduction. You are analyzing, you may analyze this case something like that it has been 7 decades since independence, since the Constitution of Free India abolished the practice of untouchability and right against like a newspaper report. Like a newspaper report. ऐसे ही लिखा रहता newspaper में that 7 decades of independence, it was 70 and right against untouchability is a fundamental right guaranteed under Article 17 of the Constitution, and yet in modern India in 21st century, practices based on caste-based disabilities and untouchability is still practiced. You do analysis. The victims of, unfortunately, so you make a commentary on it, 2-3 line or aise karke, you just, so you are making a tippani on it. You are making writing like a journalist. You are saying that this is still happening in our country. This, and then how do you analyze it? When you analyze something, what do? You answer what, why, what, why, how, all those things. So is such disabilities or such evil practices exist because of, ab usme likhna shuru karo. Why do these practices exist? Because of deep-rooted, caste system. Further, lack of social reforms. Further, or batao, think, socho. You just have to write 5-7 words and separate them by comma. This is what I'm expecting you to do. So, because of, as you said, because of the discriminatory practices of the caste system, then as you said, because lack of, yes, social acceptance for untouchability, then lack of reforms movement within our villages, then poor penetration of modern ideas, modern and progressive ideas in our village communities, and comma, poverty, poverty and lack of education, and comma, a lack of oversight, a lack of administrative and political oversight. You could, yes. हाँ, ठीक है. ऐसे करके what I'm expecting is, please comma separated you write 3 or 4 ideas that why this is happening. All right, so now this is a completely different introduction. You will say failure of social reforms or progressive legislations not translating into ground realities. Lack of, see, they're not seeing it as a lack of conscience. They believe it is true and they're acting as per their conscience. Nobody's feeling that it is morally wrong. They're thinking that this is, when people believe in untouchability, they don't think that they are morally wrong. They think that it is morally right and they're acting as per their conscience. They don't feel that we are doing something wrong. When will they start thinking of their conscience? When they will be educated against untouchability, then they will think, yaar, ye nahi karna hai. For example, when you practice it out of social pressure, that everybody is doing it, so let me practice it. Then there will be a crisis of conscience within you. Because as part of you will say that, what am I doing? Why am I participating with all these people? Right? They are not having any dissonance. They are very clear that these people, in Dalit communities, for example, from what I saw, they have the guardians will not send their children at all. The guardians stop sending their children. They'll say that why? Then they are eating different kinds of meat, and so they will say that, see, the Dalit community people, they will eat both all kinds of meat, including pig meat and cow meat. So they believe that it is, they do not want to mingle. So there will be certain communities which will completely pull back their children. Therefore, so when you analyze this approach with this, when you write the introduction, you do write a tippani karte hue like a journalist. You write just, at least this much, at least 25 to 30% of the page where you're making a commentary. And then you quickly come back to the question. That is the introduction. All right? Uske baad you will immediately come back to what is asked in the question. That is what are, just say for example, what are the ethical issues involved in the case? That is what you will come back to. All right. Another approach is, fourth approach and the fifth approach is, let's say by a quote. What quote can you put here which is relevant in the case? Can you think of any quote, any quotation? When it is a women question, you can always say that the progress of a society is measured by how it treats its women. You can also modify the quote that a progress of a society can be measured by how it treats its most disadvantaged or vulnerable groups. Write it in a quotation. Just put a quote. You may not put a source, but you may put a quote just like that. The progress of a society or the measurement of how modern a society is by how it treats its most vulnerable members. You just put that. Any other quote that you can think of? Yes, very good. You could say that injustice anywhere is threat to injustice everywhere. You could say, so that is what I'm saying is, Niti Nyaya, you put it in the conclusion. You put it in the, So yes, so you would say, the Indian village is a den of ignorance, B.R. Ambedkar. Yes, it is fine. You are academically writing, this is an academic paper. So you're writing it academically, no problem. All right, so we can begin with a quote also. So these are several ways we can begin. There is also another approach that is begin with the principles we have already done, right? So let us say now coming to the body part, how will you approach the body part? So what is the main question? What are the ethical issues involved in the case above? See, whenever you have to come up with the ethical issues or principles, versus you will have certain ethical dilemmas. When you come with a dilemma, you try to write it in a manner where you have verses. All right, try to. Otherwise, ethical issues or principles. What ethical issues or principles are involved here? The first is, and when you are not able to think always, you can always write these ethical issues or principles with a question mark. All right, you can go and write with a question mark. For example, do untouchables in India have a right to dignified life? All right, that. Do Dalits in India have a right to dignified life? That is the first ethical issue. You can also write it like this, that the right of the Dalit woman to a life of dignity. You can also write, or you can always write with a question mark also. Okay, so you can go with a question mark that, for example, have a right to dignified life, or the rights of. What other ethical issues are there or ethical principles are involved? Okay, you could say violation of constitutional right to equality. The ethical issue is, okay, social exclusion on the basis of the ethical issues can be further. Whose right is violated? Also think along whose rights are being violated. Always think, whenever in a case study you are asked, you think about rights violation. Whose rights are violated? You are aware that in Indian Constitution, Supreme Court is the supreme guarantor of the fundamental rights. Do you see that you can take any case to the Supreme Court? Why? Because every action of others as well as the government will lead to a violation of a certain right. You just have to identify which right is violated, and you can escalate every single event to the Supreme Court. If somebody switches off the AC, you can go to the Supreme Court saying that I have a right to life, and that means ambient room temperature. If I am not given ambient room temperature in a classroom, it violates my right to good life. So therefore, you can so एक चीज बहुत ध्यान रखना, you always try to, if you're not thinking of anything, in your framework, keep it this, what rights are violated. What rights are violated? That itself is an ethical issue. Nobody's rights should be violated. If rights are violated, there is unethics there. There is a lack of ethics if rights are violated. You identify the rights. You have identify what are the ethical concerns there. Okay? For example, you could say right of children to a midday meal and good education. Yes. Rights of the Dalit women to practice a profession of a choice. What other rights? The guardians, they will say that the guardians will also go to the district collector and to the court. They will say that our rights are violated. What is their argument? No, what is the right of, forget everyone. The Dalit woman, we have enough. She has certain rights. Those are, I think we have covered that have a right to dignified life, violation of right to equality as well as untouchability. We are done with that. Right of the Dalit practice profession. Okay, so you're able to. Now think from the perspective of the guardians. They will say that, okay, her right is violated. What about our rights? What rights do you think their rights are violated? Yes. So he said one good thing. He said that respect for the culture or cultural practices of our. We believe that we do not dine with anyone who is from a lower caste, and that is a part of our cultural practice. Do we not have a right to practice our culture? So that is what they are saying. Now, how will you use it as an ethical issue or an ethical principle in the question? How will you write it? You have the benefit of one tool, that is the question mark. So सोचो कैसे लिखोगे? If it was a Hindu editorial, what would say? Do cultural rights of caste Hindus have higher precedence over constitutional rights against untouchability? That is a major ethical principle or issue. The cultural rights of caste Hindus dining only within community, right? That is their cultural practice. They're saying that we want food cooked by anyone but not the Dalits. Right? So do cultural practice of caste Hindus have higher importance than constitutional right to equality of and rights against untouchability? Very good point. No, this is from the perspective of, they are saying, so in here, the actual mein whose right is being violated? It is the Dalit woman. But we have to analyze it from the rights of everyone, and we have to write in a manner such that their rights, see, the children will also say that, do we not have a right to a meal cooked by a clean person, for example? The guardians are saying that, do we not have a right to practice our cultural practice of not having meals cooked by Dalit community? This is a cultural practice. So when we are writing this, we will write it in a manner such that their rights, you not go ahead and support the guardians, would you? No, you'd not. So when you write that, you write it in a manner such that their rights are lesser importance than the rights of the Dalit woman. So you cannot say that the Dalit woman is more important than the guardians. But what you can say is, one's right to cultural practice do not become more important than rights guaranteed by the Constitution. That is how you'll write it. See, we have to give arguments. We don't have to come to a final conclusion here. All right? That us par case history shuru kar do. Right to one's cultural practices versus right to equality versus right. Not needed. Focus on what here. So therefore, these are some ethical principles. Uske baad, what will the children say? The children say, we have no matlab, we are caught in the crossfire. This is what the children's position is. कि भैया ना खाना मिल रहा है ना पढ़ाई हो रही है ना समोसा मिला ना क्लास खत्म हुआ. Right? So therefore, now you have to analyze from their situation and see, in the end, everybody knows the correct answer. The correct answer is that we have to reinstate the Dalit cook and we have to make sure that everybody is eating the meals cooked by her. That is the correct, that is, I think that clarity should be there. There is no dilemma there. कुछ लोग दुखी लग रहे हैं कि उसको हटाना है पहले तो. Should not be the case. So you have clarity there. So you have to, once you have this clarity, after studying so much, you should have this clarity. And even before that. So once you have that clarity, when you write now think from the children's perspective. How would you frame it? I would frame it something like, for example, children are saying that we want to participate, but our guardians are not aligned. So that is what. So should a boycott by parents should a school boycott by parents based on primordial or patriarchal values, primordial or casteist values? Should a boycott by parents based on, for example, casteist values, be allowed to take away children's right to education and to their midday meal? Right. So now you're talking about the principles involved. समझ रहे हो ना? You're not talking about what should happen. You're saying कि सिद्धांत क्या है? My parent says that you should not. My parent is saying that I'm a casteist and I'm not allow you to eat or dine with that person. So should my parents' view be treated important enough to take away my right to education and free midday meal? हाँ. So go ahead, you can frame, इसमें कुछ नहीं, 6 to 7 points you can write, that what are the ethical issues in the case above, and you write a tippani again. Tippani is a commentary, which means your opinion. Always in case studies, what you have to bring, see there is a mechanical part. What are the options available and what are the choices you have? That is a mechanical part. We will also do this. Then what is more important is your opinion. And which is why the keywords are given, that is for you, so that you are able to give a strong opinion. For example, some of you may write in the end as a commentary that what is most important is upholding constitutional rights to equality and rights against untouchability. Right? These rights, the supreme law of the land, constitutional values have to be upheld in such cases despite all resistance. Only then shall the foundation for a modern India can be built. Yes, you can write all that we have done. Schools are primary means of socialization. The teachers are the first guardians out of school. Yes, so you can go ahead and write this. You write your things there. Okay? Yes, the harm principle, you can quote there. The harm principle says that one's right cannot extend, the limitation of your right is till my nose, that the cultural practices or rights of caste Hindus or upper caste Hindus cannot extend to a point of the practice of untouchability. Right? Explain what? The principle. No, you write just one line, it is fine enough. Or 2 lines you can write, that is also. There were several, you can frame it in questions. And be a little logical. Don't just frame too many ideas and which is not making sense. You should not, see in ethics, what will happen is that if you just get one wrong idea, it will have a spillover effect on other questions. So for example, you are writing in a manner such that my impression is that you are not sympathetic to the cause of the Dalit woman. People have very strong opinions in such cases. Therefore, once you followed with me, then you will end up getting very less marks. So be very correct with respect to your approach. All right? Then as a district magistrate, what will you do to handle the situation? So now this approach, so as a district, see, one step is that you simply write 7 or 8 things that you will do. So there are 2-3 approaches to do it. One is the simple, what I often call think of it, this statement is given to, let's say, Deloitte consultancy. And Deloitte is going to charge ₹1 million from the government of India to give a consultancy on this. Now they will not come with a 5-pointer that this is what is to be done. What they will do is, they'll come with a scenario approach. So think of it. You are asked that how should the district collector handle the situation? Then what is expected? You can come up with several. One is you write the steps. The other is you get that courses of actions. And here you can write about the positives and negatives. Once you make a table, it becomes very easy. The course of action. What is the course of action? What are the various courses of action? The first course of action could be given to pressure of guardians, change the cook. There is ignore the issue so that it dies down. That can be an approach. Third is, what else? What else can be the choice? Convincing parents, social persuasion, and other is ordering. No change of cook even if students do not come. Right? Some 4 to 5, anywhere between 3 to always you will get between 3 to 5 choices you write. You start thinking of the positives and the negatives given to the pressure. What positives are there? It solves the problem. It ensures a smooth delivery of classroom education and midday meal problem, and it prevents the issue from escalating into any major issue. The negative side is the right of Dalit women is not protected. It may also come at a cost to a good night's sleep or one's conscience, because one has failed to uphold constitutional values or the values which one cherishes, something like this. Then ignore the issue and let it silent down. What is the positive and what is the negative? The positive is, what is the positive? If you ignore the issue and let it die down. So this is a status quo. It ensures peace. It allows village people to find their own solution. प्रशासन की तरफ से कुछ नहीं है. What other positives can be there? The women, we don't know what will happen if you allow the issue to just die down. Then what may happen is eventually somebody, okay, so you say that the woman may lose her, that's not a positive. Okay, she will keep her job. The women will keep her job, and attendance, negative will be, attendance will be lowered. All right, so negatives can be few things. That attendance, negatives will be, attendance will be lowered. There could be loss of a lot of school abdication or responsibility. Then what is the real loss? Yes, loss of learning days. That those things will be the challenge. पढ़ाई गई, ठीक है. Then the other is convince. What is the positive and what is the negative? Negative बताओ पहले. It is a time and energy consuming activity. That is the first negative. Second, it will highlight the issue, it may highlight the issue and it may make it further, put it under scrutiny. What are the negative? No guarantees that it will work at first. What is the positive? 3 positives बता दो. Convincing. Yes, it may help in bringing real change in the village. If parents are convinced, then the Dalit woman will retain her job. The school attendance will also be regular. Uphold constitutional values. It is a long-term solution. All these things. And order कि भाई यही होगा. Yes, it will set a right precedence also. Order करने पर क्या होगा? Ordering that what is the positives? The rights, Dalit women's right will be protected at all cost. It will give a clear message to the community that caste-based discriminations will not be tolerated. So, what will be the negatives? Yes, it may increase further social divides within the village. It may lead to escalation of the issue and may lead to small violence or skirmishes between administration. It may lead to polarization in the society. Yes, it may lead to drop-in. It may also lead to migration of some children to other schools. It may disturb the atmosphere, the educational atmosphere at school or the learning atmosphere. It may come at a cost to the security of the women once the security is withdrawn, and all these things. So now once you have given these choices, what is the most, you can go ahead with this, convincing. What arguments can you give? You can give arguments, why, I mean, what is the, or you will give a certain commentary. How will you handle the situation? Yes, the Latin the Latin quote which says that justice must be done even if heavens fail. You can give that argument that justice must be done, justice to both the children and the Dalit women. You can also say that that it has been 7 decades since independence, and caste-based discrimination or practices such as untouchability cannot be practiced. You can also say dharmo rakshita, which means that we must have to uphold the law or dharma if we want dharma to protect us. Yes. That is one solution that you can say, and you can also quote about it. For example, I think it was the Supal district collector. Several districts it has happened. In Gujarat also it has happened. Mr. Rahul Kumar. So you can give the example of Mr. Rahul Kumar Bihar. He dined with a lady, and to show that there is nothing wrong. And if a high-ranking official of the state can dine, who has risen to his position by way of merit and education, then it is also equally all right if young children consume midday meal. You can give those arguments. Yes. You can put it, you convince the villagers, and you can elaborate here, for example, district collector or having meal with the cooked by the Dalit cook in the school. You can put that there. That also you can do. You can also do a similar case. But it is also good idea to put something like this in the conclusion. So this is how we'll proceed. That is all. All right? What negative ones become positive? Yes, yes. So it's perfect. Yes, repetition will be there. So that is fine. You cannot do away with it. Then you write what is called tippany. Tippany means commentary. If you to fully appreciate it, क्यों आपने किया? नहीं. So what I'm saying is you have given the reasons. So in the end, when you are justifying your action, you don't see here in the table you are giving very objective, immediate impacts that it will help in. For example, convincing will integrate and will improve the social cohesion. It will be a long-term solution. All these things you write. What I'm saying is, in the end, when you are writing after the table, you write a tippany or a remark or what is your opinion on it. You bring out all the jumlas, all the things, all the tippany that you have to give, all your commentary on the issue. You're not going to write something objective there. Okay? You will simply sum up saying that convincing will be the best attitude. It will help in cohesion of this, and you give it how. Yes, you can use the keywords. Okay. Now this is one approach. Okay. The other approach is when you have less time, instead of making a table, you can give 7 or 8 directions, but make them very clearly segregated lines. What I mean to say is now, I'll follow the separate steps. You write, you can write either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 steps, 4, 5 steps. When you write it, presentation purpose के लिए मैं कह रहा हूँ, तो बाकी बच्चों को बोला हूँ, suppose you are writing that these are the steps I'll take. You'll say that this is what I'll do. First purpose will be this. You put an arrow, you do the analysis here. All right, visibly, ऐसे करके, थोड़ा सा हटाकर, just in half a page. You anyway have plenty of space for case studies, right? You have to fill it up. दूसरा लिखो, this is, उसके बाद मैं ये करूँगी. उसके बाद you say reason or rational. Justify why you will do that. Is this not clear? For example, No. You reason, you're rational for doing it. For example, I'll call a meeting of the villages. Calling a meeting of the whole village, including guardians, principals, and all stakeholders meeting I will call. Then you say the reason. Any decision which has to be implemented must be accepted by all. Commentary भी दीजिए. उसके बाद in the end you give your commentary. That is what I'm saying, and that is I'm saying second method. Don't make the table. What is your course of action? If it is explicitly asked what are the options available of you, enumerate the various options, which one will you choose, then you have to make the table. If it is saying what will be your course of action, then you can either make the table that these are the below choices, I will do this, or you simply say that this will be my course of action. I'll call a all village meeting. I will generate awareness with respect to the constitutional rights against untouchability, how it is a criminal offense. It is a criminal offense, and how if this news gets out, then a lot of people from the villages may have to face a jail punishment. This will create a certain fear among the villages. It will also work as a carrot and stick policy. Third option will be, I will organize a Aam Sabha or a Bhoj, which will be where Dalit women from the villages will be cooking food, and all villagers will be participating in eating the meal, and I will also participate as district collector. So this will instill the value that a senior high-ranking official of the state. So this will dispel myths with respect to purity, impurity of with respect to the caste. You give the, I'm talking about the presentation. This is your course of action. You will tell your, मतलब ऐसे करके half margin रखकर, you put your analysis there. So visually I'm able to separate. So that is one way you can do it. You go with the steps. Your question, which I'm saying is, you have given the choices in the table. After that, you will say that I will do option number 3. Then what I'm saying is now that you are saying that I have already given reason in the table. What will I write now? This is your question, right? Now you will write a concluding remark. You will write your tippany. Whatever theory you have learned, You write one paragraph on caste discrimination. You go by the old way, how we used to do things. Earlier there was a method that if there is unlimited space method was there, you go follow those practices. You talk about caste-based discrimination. And then you say that if India has to progress, then the caste-based discriminations have to be eliminated from the society. Say something like that. You give example, whatever you want to do. Okay? You don't have to repeat the points there. Okay? All right, so that is all. We have 30 seconds left for this class. In ethical issues, I've said that what are the ethical issues that are there? 2 lines. Then you come back to, that is your introduction. 2-3 lines you have written, the above cases. Then you come back to the question. What is asked? What are the various options available? You come back to the question. So which is why I'm saying you read the question first, what is asked. If it is saying what are the ethical issues, then you will not write in the introduction what are the ethical issues. You will summarize it saying that above is a classical case of caste-based discrimination that happens in India. Millions of women suffer from such issues and this is the reason what India has kept backward. Then you will, so isko pehle question pad lena. Acha, remember when you attend the case studies, 2-3 things. Those of you who are writing the mains exam, 2-3 things. First is that initial case studies and last case studies should be good. Don't make your initial case studies pathetic. All right, it will give a poor impression to the examiner and we will suffer. So that should not be there. That is the first thing. All right. The second thing is that with respect to case studies, is that see, introduction and conclusion will make a difference, will make a significant difference. Okay, so make sure that you try to do it. Don't write with a half-hearted measure, which means that thak gaye ab chodo agle saal dekhenge. That should not be the case. Okay, if you need to have some sort of, whatever medicine you need to take, some multivitamin, you need to take Red Bull or anything, but don't write with a very thaka hua attitude. Why I'm saying is, I'm seeing copies and I'm seeing that people who are writing like 2 or 3 tests in a day, I don't know how they're doing it, but they're writing with full energy when ethics where it is generally a tiring paper and a lot of questions will become repetitive, especially last year's paper. Same kinds of questions will come sometimes. This is very monotonous. So in such case, if you think that it is very monotonous, you keep flipping from case studies to theory so that it does not look, you do not get bored, because if you get bored in paper 4, then after second or third case study where same things are coming, your boredom will start reflecting in the answer. So agar lagega to kuch question chhod kar rakhna, you will come back to do it. Achha, time management will remain the biggest challenge. So one thing that you do is whenever you are attempting the question, please, when you are reading the question, please read the first question, that what is the question that is asked, instead of reading the whole story. Because sometimes you will be under stress and you are reading the whole story, फिर समझ नहीं आया. Then again you will read the whole story. 3 times you read the whole story, then you are not able to understand. So then you are looking, acha, let me see the question. Acha, question is unrelated to the story. It is a very conventional question. What are the ethical dilemmas and what will you do? Now, if you had read the question first, part A and part B, then you would have read the story. So you would have clearly picked up the question, whatever is the demand of the question. But if you focus on reading the story and then getting lost in the story, then that's a problem. So read the part A and part B, that what is the question asked, underline it, then go back and read the whole case. Okay, don't just read the whole case 3 times and then come back to the question. Read the question first, that what is the exact question asked, then read the case. All right, so make sure. Achha, those of you who are having paper completion challenges, you can diagrammatize your copy as much as you like. Thoda diagrams banaya karo. It helps. It has always helped. Even earlier also, there were people, like who did not get through civil services in like 5 attempts, 6th attempt, they changed their options, and they have, because it is one option only, so they have made diagrams like anything, and they've gotten proper IAS. Okay, so thoda sa, especially if you have language issues, especially if you are facing challenge with respect to completing the paper. Okay? Chalo, that is all. Thank you, class. Yes. So it is, again I say, what are the possible options? And you write 1, 2, 3, 4. I will do nothing, I will do everything, and I'll take them. No, you have to make a table, write the pros and cons. That is your analysis. If you are thinking that table of pros and cons is becoming too monotonous, you write available option and then analysis. Okay?